I assume we're live. It says
It says live.
I'll go over and I'll check the old YouTube there to see if I'm live. Dun, 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 bum, 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 bum. It still says, oh, no. Oh, yeah, we're live. We're good to go. And what else do I need to do? How do I look at the comment? Or will the comments just pop up as they play along?
So on the right side of your screen it should say restream messages from audiences will display here. There should be like a. Oh wait, are you on your mobile device or your laptop?
Oh, got it.
Yeah. Okay. There you
go. All right. And what's this button do? Right. Good morning, everybody. Well, good night for everyone else. This is my first time running a stream, guys, so be patient. How's everyone doing in the United States of America?
Don't ask. No, man. If you don't want the answer to that question, don't ask it.
I don't know. Maybe they're doing terrific. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. It could be.
Oh, God. If everybody can hear me, make sure to leave an old comment for me. Oh, that's great. Thanks for that, Susan. Susan, how are you keeping this morning? Well, tonight, anyway.
Oh, the complexities of global communications.
We're all coming in with the old questions now, anyway.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
I hope everyone's doing well, anyway. Aye. Excellent. That's good. That's good to hear. Right. I've summoned everybody today because we want to talk about the weapons and armor and even a wee bit of clothing to do with the old Battle of Clontarf. I decided to bring Connor and Rachel on for this old chat this morning. Irish breakfast. Somebody's got the name Irish breakfast. Oh my God!
Yeah. They were in my live stream yesterday. So yeah, welcome back, Irish breakfast.
My wife is going. You're teasing my wife. I tell you that she'll be there now for the rest of the morning, dying for some rashers and sausage.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's not easy to get in Okinawa. Rashers. Yeah.
Rashers. It's on the possibility link. It's really the black and white pudding. You know, you're never going to get the black and white pudding over here.
No, nor should you. That stuff is garbage. No one should eat that.
What? Oh my God! What's socially wrong with you? The greatest thing on the planet, like. Jesus. Black and white pudding is absolutely gorgeous.
Actually,
you get that?
Actually, I thought you said blood pudding. What is black and white pudding?
Blood pudding.
Oh, yuck. Okay, then it's garbage. No one should eat that stuff.
No way. What is wrong with you? Have you been to a good medieval event?
Yeah, no one in the 15th century is eating blood anymore. They've moved on.
No, we're still eating blood, especially us in the Scots. Absolutely gorgeous.
I still prefer haggis.
Oh, haggis is gorgeous as well.
Yeah, haggis is fine. Haggis is tasty.
Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous. Haggis is. I remember the first time I had haggis. Actually, what's that, Connor?
Hey, nowadays, though, if you bring that to the States, immediately like, ew, it's like, grow up hair.
Well, I mean, most people, so people think you're supposed to eat the stomach itself. They don't realize that the stomach is just a cooking vessel, right? So they don't understand that haggis is basically just another kind of sausage, really, if you think about it.
Exactly. Because, my mother used to cook haggis, because I used to be part of the cemetery pipes and drums, and every once in a while we did eat it.
It's gorgeous.
It's fine. It depends on how it's prepared, like any dish, right? There's good, bad, and awful.
That's very, very true. What is it you guys couldn't stomach? Is it the haggis or the black and white pudding?
So wait, why is it called black and white pudding? What's the white part?
Well, I think it's what is the difference? I should know as an Irishman, but what was it called? They don't have white pudding in Britain. They just have it in Ireland. Oh, here comes freaking clans and dynasties. Lurking away as he's busy out. What's the difference between black and white pudding? I'm sure it's down to the blood and the way it's made. 1 second. Black and white pudding.
I mean, the white part, I'm struggling to imagine how you get blood to be white without doing weird, very odd chemical things to it. So
I probably have a theory of what it might be, but I really hope it ain't.
Oh, you naughty boy.
Oh, so black pudding has allegedly, according to Google, has pig or cow's blood, where white pudding allegedly doesn't. But if it doesn't have blood,
Is it actually white though? Is it?
Yeah, it's white. It's the color of white, like.
That is fascinating and unexpected.
I love white pudding. Like the two of them together is absolutely magnificent. I always have the two of them together, but then it's not really like if you don't have the two of them together, like is it really an Irish breakfast? Would you not? Is it not just a? Well, there's other few there, especially the soda bread and stuff, because that's another thing as well. Like is always the type of Irish bread that's in there, because I think the British always have toast in there. If the British can, they'll always shove a toast in there as well.
Oh yeah, for certain.
We need to make this as plain and boring as possible. Get in the toast.
You know, a lot of people think soda bread is some kind of ancient thing, but it's not, because baking soda wasn't even invented until the 18th century. So it's actually, soda bread is actually one of those things that comes out of a time of poverty for Ireland.
Yeah.
Well, as long as it's not beans on toast.
You're not a fan of the British food, no?
Look, so British cuisine was fantastic in the Middle Ages, and then Louis XIV broke cuisine in Europe, and British cuisine took a sharp downturn. And the Brits said, "Oh my God, our food's terrible," and then they colonized India, and thus British cuisine was restored.
It's true, and then they brought up.
And now it's one back to nil.
Right. We'll get back to chatting away, because we're a good bit in anyway, and I think everybody's coming to join us.
Yeah,
so,
I think we've got some people.
Today, I want to talk about the old weapons and armor to do with the old Battle of Clontarf. And we were covering weapons, armor, and some clothing as well. And so I decided to invite Connor and Rachel on today. Rachel has a few myths that she wants to break down today, because they're just the same recurring Irish myths that pop up in clothing over and over and over again.
And again.
And when I invited Connor on today, I had to ask Connor a specific question, which I'll reveal later. But thankfully, he answered the right question, because no, Rachel won't get a ticket Connor later on in the stream when she has to break an old myth that she's been breaking for a while now. So yeah, that's a good thing. Connor will be on the good side of Rachel for the rest of today. So that's always a good way to start. So without further ado, first and foremost, Connor, you specialize in living history to do with a lot of Irish arms and armor. So I brought you on today to cover a few subjects around the old Battle of Clontarf. First and foremost, could you tell us anything about the weapons and armor that was seen at the Battle of Glenmore around 999 AD?
Yes, at the Battle of Glenmore, we would pretty much have seen majority of equipment that we also see somewhat later on as well at the Battle of Clantarf. Now, what I don't have with me, which is apparently was used by Irish Kerns, which is called a rawhide shield. This, was pure rawhide. It had no wood. The only thing that wasn't rawhide was apparently the metal boss in the center. And now people would think, oh, this wouldn't stand up. But apparently this was thick, like very thick, like about yay thick, and extremely light. Because compared to this shield, which it would have been about yay big in diameter, and this would still have been a very good shield, especially even against a Viking Danax and such. But the one major thing that people don't understand is how good was it at stopping arrows. Apparently, Mike Loads, when he, this is an old, if anybody is watching this right now, here's the thing: Mike Loads had a good old series, which I recommend people when it comes to watching historical documentaries and such about equipment and such. Please watch older ones. Don't watch these modern. I don't know what word I can call for them.
Bombastic is the word I would use. It's like some kind of
But yeah, Mike Loads on now before anyone thinks, oh, it's going medieval. No, it's not going medieval. It's weapons of Britain. And in such, he does show several shields. Apparently, one of them was a full rawhide, and he even tested it against a Dane axe, and it actually did perfectly. But as well, as I said, the only thing that was not made of rawhide was the metal boss, and as well the wooden shaft to grip it with. Because most people think, oh, this would have been a strap-on shield. No, it was not a strap-on shield. We don't get that until later centuries and such. And the reason why this would be perfect for an Irish carny is, one, it's light and effective, and it's perfect for cavalry raiding, and as well, it's also perfect for one-on-one fighting. So, shield walls, I'm not 100% sure, since technically it did flex. Though that's the scary thing we have to understand. But one thing I have also seen some points of historical research on the Battle of Clontarf, such as in the Chronicles of Ireland, there is one or a couple occasions of weapons that were used, such as apparently, I don't even know how the best way to put it, but spears that were used like swords. Now, I don't know how that makes any sense. Like, to me, that sounds like a spear being broken in battle, and somebody taking it and just swinging it at a person. Say, like, for example, lost his main weapon, so he just, like, he's on the field of battle, just grabbing whatever type of item he could and swinging it.
I mean, yeah, you could choke up on a spear, but spearheads are limited. I mean, okay, so in ancient, like in the Bronze Age, they actually did have some really long spearheads. How long were spearheads in first millennium Ireland?
They get quite long. So basically, when we did our archaeological finds in Dublin, we had actually found that there were different types of spears depending on the situation, because the men of Dublin were switching from different types of battlefields. So one minute they would be in England in full-blown conventional warfare dealing with armor, so they needed to have long piercing spears, so the spears would be much more longer, and they would be designed to be piercing to get in between the riveted mail. Are you okay, Rachel?
Yeah, I guess my room's haunted. It's okay, it's fine, no problem, don't worry.
Just a wee bit of hunting.
I'm only in Korea. They have cursed ghosts. It's fine.
Oh, well. Hopefully you'll be okay with that one. And then on a different situation, then if you're dealing, for example, cattle raiding, the spear will be much more kind of fatter. It'd be smaller, much more fatter, and the what's it called? The blade itself would be more curvy for slashing into the flesh. So depending on the situation, you'd have different spearheads in this period. And it's the same with the arrowheads as well. The amount of arrowheads and spearheads that are adjusted per battle has given us actually a good idea of the different styles of warfare that the men of Dublin have been facing through that period as well. Yeah, William Wallace, I'll actually be quoting from that book later on. In this PowerPoint presentation, I actually have William Wallace's book referenced in the PowerPoint, which we'll go into in a bit. And Irish Breakfast, you were asking before about the century. Yeah, you're bang on with that reference, because we're dealing with the Viking Age today, the very late Viking Age in the early 11th century. With the Battle of Glenmore, and we'll also be covering the Battle of Clantarf, when Brian Boru, who has now at this point, well, just before Battle of Glenmore, just after the Battle of Glenmore, he declares himself the Emperor of the Scots in Ireland, which is very questionable in the fact of, was he planning to invade Scotland at some point? And then later on, around the Battle of Clantarf, he has fully declared himself Emperor of the Scots at that point. And so he's marching around Ireland, crushing various rebellions, in particular the one up in Dublin, which is the famous Battle of Clontarf that very, very much basically escalated completely out of hand to become one of these big historical, heroic battles for many people. That was definitely romanticized as we go up to the likes of the 12th century and stuff, when it's pretty much rewritten and becomes a massive part of the propaganda in Western Europe at the time. Sorry for butting in there, Connor. I just but
actually, Connor, so we have a question. How heavy is that shield? So I assume, and now you've held both of them. So yeah, I'd go with both of them at this point. How heavy are those shields, plural?
when it comes down to it, this one is slightly heavier. Now, this was one I did myself, and a lot of people will do this themselves when they actually do the research, but they accidentally get the width of the Viking shield sometimes wrong, because these are supposed to be slightly thinner, and this will make them lighter and more effective. This one, though, I made for purpose reenactment when I was a long time ago, and unfortunately I never got a chance to use it, so yeah. But this one, though, is a lot heavier, but there would be a lot of times you would account of hearing heavy Viking shield that break into men's jaws. So, which this could pretty much do that, but this is way heavier compared to how this smaller version, which is supposed to be of the size the Irish were known to use, and this one is way lighter, and it makes it all the more perfect. Sadly, though, as I said, I don't have the rawhide shield, because then this would be really lightweight.
Yeah. I have some friends in Sweden who made a rawhide shield, and it was light. It was crazy. It was like you lift it and you almost throw it because you actually use too much effort to lift it up.
Yeah.
Because you're not expecting how light it is. So
Exactly.
I know you give relativity, but like in terms of pounds or kilograms, how heavy would you say each of those shields is? Like, can you actually estimate the actual weight?
Let's see. If I had to estimate the actual weight, about, I want to say 6-7 pounds on this one. And with this one, it's about 3 pounds.
That should be about right.
I want to say,
I pulled for.
I'm not a scale here.
Right.
I wish I had a scale, because I could answer
No,
that
it's
question.
perfectly fine. No, it's perfectly fine, Connor. Yeah, it's interesting how you pointed out there as well, and just going back to the questions in the comment section as well. So before Christian Ireland happens around 410 to 550. So between 410 and 550 is the Christianization of Ireland. So Ireland is Christianized around 550 with Diarmaid MacCurbal, who kind of ends up completely changing all of Irish society, because Ireland had just suffered from the Gorgorian, or was it? Sorry, 1 second. Justinian, that's the one, the Justinian plague, which came in and ravaged Ireland at the time. Yeah. So Diarmaid MacCurbal had changed society from the old kind of classic kind of Celtic fortification era of those big, massive Celtic forts, and then had divided Ireland into those little Irish ring forts. So everyone got themselves around about 10 to 30 ring forts, small ring forts dotted around the place. And they were each broken into their own little tiny Tuat groups. So it was a massive change for Ireland as well. And he also started to convert over to Christianity from the old Celtic pagan ways. The old Celtic pagan ways would start going into the old folklores and saints and stuff. That's where it starts to get converted into. And Ireland would start getting properly into Christianity from 550 onwards. So by the time we get up to this era, around the 10th and 11th century, with the arrival of the Vikings in, they too have got kind of started to put the old Norse pagans into the whole category of saints and folklore and stuff as well, because you can kind of see icons of Odin being switched over to Saint Olaf. Saint Olaf starts to become a major thing in the likes of Dublin and Waterford and stuff, but you still see the kind of Norse gods still being put into the category of folklore as well, because they're still running around with a raven banner and stuff as well. So you still see those elements of Norse paganism in Ireland as well to this point. So it's still in that kind of funny area where it's still kind of treated as kind of folklore with the fairies and stuff as well. And so technically at this point, it's still Christian Ireland, but it's Christian Ireland with a bit of, folklore flair that you see for a very, very long time afterwards as well.
And to be fair, you see that sort of a creative development all across Europe. Wherever Christianity takes hold, they always retain their old folk tales, and sort of incorporate it into their religious practice. Latin America is famous for that stuff. I mean, Aztec gods completely become saints, and Jesus for goodness sake. So yeah, It's not Ireland's not alone in that practice, and it makes sense, you know. So we've got some good questions here. What was footwear like? Were there different levels of footwear dependent on your role? So which century?
I'm assuming you're talking about if you're talking about the subject today, which is the 10th and 11th century. Connor, you've got shoes on there, do you?
Yes.
Or do you have 10th and 11th century shoes, or have you been cheating?
Yeah, these type of footwear were used in the 10th and 11th century, give or take. Now, there are different variations. Sometimes I have seen, now this one though is the open foot design that we see in the more into the later centuries. So, but these would still be used though. This one, as you could say, it's more of an ankle size rather than around mid calf, as most of these would have been, because these would have also been closed foot and such. But sadly, no one makes them like that. I've tried looking online. No one makes.
Have you checked with Boots by Bohemond?
The what?
Have you checked Boots by Bohemond?
Bohemond. I don't think
Bohe. Yeah, go check his website. He does shoes from ancient Roman up to late medieval, early Renaissance, and he definitely has a large selection of first millennium North Scandinavian shoes. So you might want to check there.
Oh yeah, he based in San Antonio, correct?
Albuquerque, actually.
Oh, I must be looking at something else.
I'll grab that link off of Rachel later, unless Rachel wants to don't know or something. But you're
Yeah.
busy out with your old sewing there. I don't want
No,
you to
I
be
can't.
disturbing
So
it.
I don't know if it's a setting that you have to change, but I can't actually type anything. I don't have a window in. So earlier this week, all I had was a little pixelated Tyrannosaurus Rex in my stream chat, and now I can look at it and do nothing with it.
Okay. Because I'll have to check that. Yeah. I'll go into settings and see what the story is there later. But I'll definitely grab it up later and I'll post it up for everyone.
Yeah. So basically, shoes. What most people have to realize is that shoes before the 16th century across all of Europe are what we would look at them and we would think those are slippers, right? We would, from a modern perspective, they're very flexible, leather that's very flexible. They don't have hard, thick soles on the bottom. Some of them do have double soles. We have evidence of literally in documentary evidence of a double sole, which means like a second leather sole is sewn onto it. But it still would fit and wear nothing like a modern shoe, and no heels whatsoever. So yeah.
Yeah, hang on. I think I actually got another pair, probably Viking shoes. Let me go get them real quick. Oh.
Yeah, and they come in all size, all shapes and heights. Like you have shoes that are just around the foot, and then you've got like ankle height, mid calf, and depending on your century, you can get up to knee length or even thigh length by the 15th century. But until we start paving streets in urban centers, and for most of the Middle Ages, most streets weren't paved in Europe. There's not much of a need for shoes with harder soles than that. So there's in Ireland, there's a couple of archaeological finds from the first millennium, and then going into the 12th and 13th, 14th century. And there's one kind that's kind of like, basically it's a bag. Like you just take a leather piece, like a oval shaped piece of leather, and you run a kind of drawstring around it, and then you draw it up onto your foot, and it wears kind of like a bag. But that would definitely not have been, I'm going to assume that kings are not wearing shoes that are bags around their feet.
No, there's proper was it the Welsh Viking has a whole video on how fancy some of these shoes get, because we do have a good few shoe finds from the likes of Cranogs and stuff in the boggy spots. Yeah. And the way they're preserved, they're proper, especially in this period of the Viking Age, they're proper fancy shoes. Like you can tell that a letterer, put in all these different styles and stuff into the type of shoes that they had at the time as well. So they're definitely fancy shoes.
Yeah, and lots of tooling and cutouts, and there's actually even some the few depictions we have that have survived of Irish people wearing Irish clothing. If you look at their feet, you can often see these really what would be elegant elegant leather shoes. Question sounds like more of a moccasin than a shoe. So I would say that actually moccasin is probably a good modern comparison to give you a reference. Not with none of the fringing or anything like that, and in a slightly different shape. Moccasins tend to be really boxy. Medieval shoes all kind of generally come to a kind of point of some point or another, whether long or short. But yeah, I would say moccasin is a pretty good comparison.
Yeah. Just heading back into the questions again. Did the Vikings influence Celtic knots and Celtic cross? Yeah, they did. So obviously you have your basics, as you were calling it there, Celtic, which is kind of the insular styles. And then by this point now, we go into the kind of golden age of Ireland, and we start to see the Hiberno-Roman influence coming in from the Briton Romans, and then we've got the influences coming in from the likes of the Anglo-Saxons, and then we have the influences from Charlemagne's court, and then, as you've now pointed out there, the Viking influence, which we call the reenactment style, and then the urns style. So they're the two major styles that come into Ireland. I think at this point we're still dealing with the reenactment style that's coming to Ireland, and that starts to influence the Irish style from Dublin all the way over to around the Dalcash area in the Brian Brew territory of modern day Clare. And that whole area has the kind of Hiberno-Scandinavian style that starts to dominate Ireland. Ireland is very much into the Hiberno-Scandinavian style of this era. So when we're talking about fashion and stuff, if you want to be all fancy-dancy with your words, you'd refer to as the Hiberno-Scandinavian influence. So yeah, Irish breakfast, you're perfectly right with that question, that the Viking style of reenactment and urns definitely influenced the Irish into their own style of fashion, which is the reenactment style and the urns style. One of the best examples of this is actually here, the Cross of Con, which was created by the High King of Ireland at the time. He identified himself as King of Ireland, but he still was kind of dominating kind of a more decentralized Ireland at the time.
Right.
And on top of that as well, the Pope had given him a gift after the First Crusade, which was a gift of, and Rachel's going to make fun of this next part, is the true cross. So the Pope had given him a gift after the First Crusade.
Piece of the true cross. Yes.
Of the piece of the true cross. So Connor at the time, Turlock O'Connor had gone off and constructed this Cross of Con, which is actually in the Hiberno-Scandinavian style, the Irish Viking style at the time. Although O'Connor was more Gaelic than anyone else on the island, because he literally came from Connacht. He was literally from the west of Ireland. And even this man loved himself some Hiberno-Scandinavian style. So as you would refer to their Irish breakfast as that kind of Celtic Viking style, the Hiberno-Scandinavian style of the 12th century.
But I would just like to address the myth of Celtic knotwork. Knotwork is not Celtic. Knotwork is a style. It's a motif that's employed across medieval Europe from the first millennium all the way into the 15th century. So it's not just, knotwork is not just a Celtic thing. It's just a design motif that's pretty common. So modernly people call it Celtic knotwork, which is kind of crazy because by then it's no longer Celts actually. But anyway, so Celtic knotwork, if you're talking about the Irish style of knotwork, that's one thing, but knotwork is not the purview of just Ireland from an aesthetic motif. It's used everywhere. There's a fantastic book of hours from the 15th century, Catherine of Cleves' book of hours, and there's one whole page that's nothing but amazing knotwork. It's stunning. Yeah.
There's a brilliant question as well, and it's definitely connected to the Battle of Clontarf as well, which we'll go into more detail about in a second, and that's the forgotten Viking king, Sweyn Forkbeard, who conquered England. Did he have connections to Ireland after laying the foundations that changed Europe? Yes. Actually, Ireland would have been very much on the favoured side of both the Danish and Norwegian kings, because at the time, both the Scandinavians and the Irish wanted to control York, which at the time was referred to as Jorvik. Why did they want to control Jorvik? Because they wanted to make a lot of money. You see, at the time, if they controlled York, they could go through England because there's a river, And in the middle of all that, you know, the river network that goes through England, there's York. So whoever controlled York controlled that river. So instead of going around Britain, both the southern side of Britain or the north side of Britain, they could just go through it from Denmark or Norway through York and then over from Dublin. And then from Dublin, they could connect themselves then over to Brittany, and then from Brittany into the Mediterranean Sea. So they could bring all that trade around from Constantinople up to Kiev, Kiev up to Scandinavia, and then go through York and then on to Dublin into the Mediterranean Sea and make a lot of money. So pretty much, there would have been a huge influence, and there would have been a massive connection between the two because there was so much money for everyone to make when it comes down to that massive trade. Silver bullet, yes, we'll have to go back to Connor because I think Connor's starting to fall asleep on us there.
Wake up, Connor.
Sorry about that, Connor. We had to go in and do the few questions there as well. So the Battle of Glenmore, you were saying about how the biggest difference in that battle compared to the Battle of Clantarf is the cattle raiders who were gone in there and definitely opened up various opportunities and stuff. Is there anything else you want to elaborate with that, with the cattle raiders?
Well, one thing we can also understand is that cattle raiders or Irish Cairns and such would have worn something like this, which is a tightly woven tunic or tightly woven woolen tunic, which is pretty much made out of wool. Now there is a huge translation difference between gambeson, which is what I'm wearing right underneath my mail, and the woven tunic, which these would have been made out of thick, sometime around, I want to believe, like maybe double layered of wool, that of which could stop even cutting weapons and sometimes even a thrust. But this is rare though, and this was actually extremely light. Now we do actually have accounts of it even going as far as into the 16th century, but even then it was rare by that point. So maybe it was an old family armor that would have been made for the lowliest of warriors, or pretty much those that preferred, hey, I want to be lighter, but I want good armor. Can you give me that? And it's like, sure. And it's like, that's a shirt. And it's like, it's not a shirt, you idiot. It's armor. You want it or not? And immediately be like, fine. And then they'll realize, hey, wait a minute, this is good armor. It just stopped the weapon. Sure, it leaves a bruise on my leg, but it did stop a weapon. But that's the thing, though. But we don't, we kind of only got like very few pictorial evidence and mentions of it in written historical scriptures. But the problem is, we still have not to this day have found a archaeological find of it, sadly, which is the biggest problem when it comes to Ireland, because one, it takes years and sometimes decades until you're finally allowed to finally do some excavation in the said area, and it's like, oh, look at that, it's finally decayed over the centuries.
Yeah. You're going to end up joining the Rachel Club of looking for bog bodies. Like, that's Rachel's grief as well.
Let's go dig up some bogs.
Well, as long as the will of the West ain't there, keep those things away from me.
Okay. Yeah, because there's another book as well, which is great for those references for cattle raiders. The people who in real life were referred to as the Cairns, and then within the mythology were referred to as the Fenian. So in the mythology, if you're looking for cattle raiders and stuff and what cattle raiders would have worn, look out for the word Fenian when looking into Irish mythology. And inside there, it's exactly what you're describing there. They would, from time to time, especially when they were in conventional style battles, try to go for light armor, whatever light armor to get a hold of, even lighter gambesons and stuff, because they love being nimble, because they're young fellas. They're aged between 14 to 25, and they're very, very quick on their feet. They're constantly looking for those openings in the shield wall, or openings, especially when they're doing the old cattle raiding and they're dueling and stuff. That's their kind of mindset. These guys are not, they're young fellas. They're only young boys and stuff. They're not looking to hold the shield wall the way that we would see with the Cleary people who would hold the shield wall and stuff. I'll just pop over to the Battle of Clontarf, which is kind of the opposite to what we see with the Battle of Glenmare. The Battle of Glenmare, as you were saying there, would have had a good few cattle raiders inside there, would have been very light on its feet and stuff. The Battle of Clantarf, as I was saying to Bertie a few months back when we had the old conversation on the anniversary of Battle of Clantarf at the very start of the summer, is that it's the complete opposite. It's very shield wall on shield wall. People had time to prepare, so it's more kind of, they had time to get themselves much more thicker garments in. They had time to get themselves the bigger, heavier, riveted mail, not chainmail, guys. As Connor is wearing there, Connor is wearing today, he's wearing his riveted mail. So it's a much more heavier battle. And so therefore people would have being able to hold the shield wall, and you don't see the same opportunities being created the way you see with the Battle of Glenmore. So Battle of Clantarf turns into this horrible grind that goes on for the entire day, where 4,000 men went against 4,000 men, and it just grinds and grinds on and on and on until eventually there's actually an opening in the mercenary side of the wall where the mercenaries that got hired over from the Isles and stuff weaken, and they're able to break through and finally start flanking over from the right side of the battlefield.
So actually, I'm going to pause. Can you just briefly explain what the Battle of Clontarf is? Because a lot of my people are not familiar with Irish history. So, why are we talking about this battle? Is a good place to start. What is happening? What has led to it? And what takes place?
So the Battle of Clantarf is fought in 1014. And at this point in Irish history, you have a man called Brian Boru. Now, Brian Boru is different from all the other previous leaders. Why is Brian Boru different? Well, the reason why Brian Boru is different is because Brian Boru has a Charlemagne education, which is very important for this Irish leader and the entire administration of how Ireland is ran at the time. Because previously, we had more of decentralized Ireland, which is great for the early medieval period when you're dealing with the likes of war bands and warlords and all that kind of stuff that you see throughout all of Europe. However, as we are entering into the High Middle Ages, we start to see, not fully, but we're starting to see signs of a little bit of centralization starting to happening, especially within Charlemagne's court. I think for Western Europe, not so much in the rest of the world, but in Western Europe, we're starting to see with the rise of Charlemagne, a little bit foundations of those centralizations starting to happen. And you see Brian Boru in Kerry, around around the West Munster area, he went off and had an education because originally they were going to go off and send him to the church, but because his entire male line was wiped out because of fighting between Limerick Vikings and kind of his own kind of his own tribe called the Dal Cash were fighting each other in a blood feud. His whole male line ends up being almost completely wiped out. So Brian Boru was taken out of the monastic settlement, his religious teachings and stuff, and put back into his own tribe again, his own Tuat. But because he had that Charlemagne education, he understood that foundation of centralization. So eventually, because of all these wars that are happening in Ireland, it creates opportunities for him to start rising up and start becoming what we refer to as High King in Ireland. Basically, the man with the biggest stake, the man with the most war bands, and the man who's, the warlord. But the difference being is that Brian Boru sees himself more as a kind of European Charlemagne emperor rather than a decentralized High King, right? So that's the biggest difference between Brian Boru and all the other leaders previously before him. So although we do have a form of unifications that were happening beforehand, these unifications were very much decentralized because it was more or less like the coming together of all these war bands and warlords and stuff rather than having them kind of centralized all together, right? So Brian Boru comes over and he declares himself Emperor of the Scotti, which is very questionable because if he's declaring himself Emperor of the Scotti, perhaps later on he was probably even looking to invade into Britain and start taking territories there. So very, very questionable of why he referred to himself as Emperor of the Scotti at the time. regardless, in his own realm of Ireland that he's emperor of, you have various people that want to rebel against his system, one of which were the men of Dublin, who were of Viking ancestry. Now, at this point, they have been completely digested into Irish society. They have Irish wives, all their children are Irish, and they themselves were raised in Irish settlements. Citric Silkenbeard, for example, who is the main kind of Jarl of Dublin, referred to in the sources as Ree of Dublin, King of Dublin, who is subjugated by Brian Boru. He himself grew up in an Irish monastic settlement. So he was pretty much fully a part of Irish society. He was also, his mother was Irish. And on top of that as well, he was actually married to Brian Boru's daughter. So he was more Irish than Norwegian, Scandinavian, okay, at this point. And so he basically didn't like paying all this tax over to Brian Boru, because Brian Boru's centralization meant that you had to pay higher tax. And he wasn't a big fan of paying higher tax compared to decentralization, where then he would have to just pay a very small amount of tribute over. So Citric Silkenbeard, he didn't like the new system of centralization. So he wanted to rebel against this. And so with that rebellion, he linked up with other Irish nobles that didn't like the system as well, with the men of Leinster and stuff. And so they themselves also rebelled against Brian Boru. And so this rebellion would end up leading to the big Battle of Clontarf, where you had the men of Leinster, the men of Dublin on one side with their mercenaries. On the other side, you had the men of Ireland, basically the big massive force, this centralized force of men that had been raised up and had marched over to Dublin. And just on the north side of the Dublin walls, the men had marched out of there, and there was also mercenaries coming in for the Isles and stuff in various other areas of the Viking world that had landed up around Clantarf area. And so this became the main meeting point for this big, massive battle that we see here on the map here. You can see that on the very kind of south side, kind of the middle part of that map there, we have Dublin, and just north of that there, you can see two formations of lines, and those two formations of lines are the men of Ireland, led by Brian Boru, and the rebels of Ireland with their mercenaries all lining up there to fight each other. Is there anything else you want to add on to that, Connor?
Quick. Now, I'm probably gonna. I think I got this right, but I'm probably gonna get this one wrong. If I remember correctly, his son-in-law was originally his stepson because he married his son-in-law's mother at one point. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was very, very mixed at that point. Like, these were not the early raids of around 793 to around 836. Like, if you want Viking raiders versus Gaelic, Celtic people, then you're looking for the very early raids of around 793 to around 836. That's where we get these kind of romantic kind of raids of kind of warband against warband. So if you're into that kind of stuff, I would definitely say look into the era between 793 to 836. That's where you get that kind of romantic Irish versus Viking fighting and stuff, you know, fighting just outside the walls of monastic settlements and stuff.
Philip, I'm sorry. I'm going to pause you. Could you please ban or block whoever Terry Fino is? He needs to go. He needs to be booted.
Yeah, just give us a second there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't boot anyone. I can't do anything. All I can do is watch in frustration as brigands and miscreants misbehave in the chat and engage in rude behavior. So.
There, we got that one anyway. So anyway, what was I saying? Oh, how are you keeping doing? So anyone who rocked up there, good morning and good afternoon, depending what time zone you're on at the time. And we got other few troublemakers in there as well, so we'll get rid of them.
So Connor, I have a kind of like a fashion historian question for you. Actually, when I'm studying history of anything, clothing, material culture, I'm always interested in the different sources that are available. So what is the documentary, what is the archaeological evidence, the documentary evidence, the iconographic evidence that we have for the armor? And specifically, I'm particularly interested in the soft bits of armor. So, the soft parts of your kit. So what do we have then from this era? We're talking epics that talk about the kinds of things people were wearing, or are there actual, God forbid, inventories that have survived? What kind of sources do you have?
Well, sadly, that we don't have any inventory that has survived, but luckily we do have epics that were involved. Now, we do have to look through the poetic, theatrical stories about them, because unfortunately that's what the majority of the scriptures are, especially with the Battle of Clontarf. Though, one thing I do have heard, though, is that the Battle of Clontarf, it was the loudest battle in the entirety of the 11th century, from what we can understand. But that is like saying that, oh yeah, just because a guy is loud with a air horn doesn't mean it's the loudest thing you've heard in the entire year.
Right. So was that something that one of the chroniclers characterized it as?
Exactly.
Yeah. So chroniclers, man, they're big fish storytellers, right? They love to jazz it up.
Exactly. Though I do have to agree, because with the number size that we can understand from the Battle of Clontarf, comparing that to later battles, such as the Battle of Hastings, or as well the Battle of Stamford Bridge, I would have to say the Battle of Clontarf might have been a lot louder than those two combined. But when it comes down to the epics and such, like when we read into historical accounts, like this is the biggest thing I hate about theatrical written scriptures, is that these men, they fought naked on the battlefield. And immediately people think, oh, these men, they fought barefoot naked. No, that is moronic and ridiculous. That is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. It just means that they fought lightly armored. It didn't mean that they fought barefoot naked, especially with their ghibli bits all flopping around in the air.
We have the same problem in the fashion history world, because the word naked now has a completely different connotation than it had in the Middle Ages. So, a chronicler, this Catalan Viscount comes to St. Patrick's Purgatory in the end of the 14th century, and he comments on how the court of Tyrone, everyone's naked. But then he goes on to talk about all the clothes they're wearing. So, it's a problem. You have to take off your modern filter and put on your medieval filter to understand some of these texts, even in translation.
Exactly. Because even with the Chronicles of Ireland that do give various types of historical accounts, especially of the 11th century, we have to understand, especially at the Battle of Clontarf, like, say, the clothing that they wore. Many people think, oh, they would have looked like anything like that of the 11th century. It's like, no, they would have been stood out differently compared to their opponents. Because the last thing you want to do is look identical to the guy you're fighting. Because we already know that leads to worse things you actually want on the battlefield. Because, like, for example, here in the States, with the first Battle of Bull Run, for example, in the during the American Civil War, both sides were wearing the same colors, and unfortunately, Semele actually had the same type of flags, almost, because there was the Confederate national flag and there's the Union American flag, and they looked identical on the field of battle. And what's made things worse, smoke and all that made things worse. And the uniforms on both sides, they were black, gray, blue, green, and it's like, you do realize that all your colors look the same, right? How are you not supposed to accidentally misfire on your own guys? And that's the thing. Which they did fix that later on, but it's like, y'all do realize friendly fire was in the mix, right? And that's the thing. Even, I believe it was even during a medieval battle, I can't remember because this is during the War of the Roses, we hear accounts of this. I think of the Battle of Towton.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're talking about the Battle of Towton. You've got to be talking about the Battle of Towton.
Because they mistook a star with a sun, I believe it was.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Battle of Towton, it snowed. So, shit.
Because apparently, from a distance, they mistook a star for a sun, or maybe it was a sun for a star, which was the enemy, and they ended up killing their own allies. So,
yeah, the sons of York. Yeah. Problems.
Yeah, you can also see that even with the Irish. The Irish wanted to stand out, and one of the biggest things that stands out is the belts that they are wearing, because they're wearing the belts, and this also shows who's friend from foe on the battlefield as well. Because one, it's like, hey, I'm a friend, don't kill me.
But how? So when wearing even a nasal helm like you're wearing, I mean, in your thick of battle, you've got sweat running into your face. There's probably dirt on your face at this point. There might be blood spatters in your eyes and around your face at this point as well. How likely is it that you could actually recognize one of those belts? Because I mean, we're not talking belt, right? We're talking belt. So
Exactly.
how actually useful is that for determining friend from foe in the thick of battle? I guess is my pragmatic question.
Well, honestly, that's it's very hard to answer that one because yes and no, but luckily, as long as you're immediately go back to your own side. Now, there are accounts that even stated that the belts were double woven over. In other words, like the belt I have right now, it's double woven, so that way I can cover it up just in case, say, for example, if it gets muddied and such, only one side, the outer side, can get muddied. Now, though, there is also the case with a shield. Now, people think, oh, yeah, the coat of arms and such, it was put on later medieval shields like we see during the Crusades and such. No, that's like saying that these people had no form of showing off their family house. It's like they want to show it off. They want to be like, hey, my family was at this battle. Look at my shield. That's another way. But as well, other accounts are also say the design of their helmets as well as another example, because the helmet I'm wearing is what we see from the Isle of Lewis chessman set, which would have been used at this time as well. The thing is, this would have been used by the people of Ulster and sometimes even the people of Dublin. Now, this is a very little iffy on that one, though. But we do have accounts of men of Ulster wearing such helmets, as apparently it was stated that they dressed with a pin helmet with cheeks that were made of metal. So interpret that to this, it pretty much looks identical to what it sounds like.
Yeah, it's I think, and I really appreciate you like giving little quote citations like that, because I think especially people who don't study material culture, historical material culture, they don't understand how sketchy some of these sources can be, how difficult it can often be to align a description with an actual piece. So they describe this helmet. Well, what does that actually mean? Then sometimes you're lucky enough to have a description and an extant piece, and then you can see what they mean, right? So, yeah, I also think a lot of people misinterpret history in general as something that's set in stone, and they don't understand that new sources are constantly coming to light to either add nuance to what we already understand or change what we understand entirely. So,
yeah, that's very, very true. And Connor, just to dig deeper as well, with people poking and prodding with the whole uniform on the battlefield side of things as well. You also said as well, Will, you were kind of indicating last time that it definitely gets worse as well, especially leading up to the 15th century, where we do actually have examples that you've used before as well with the Gallo Glass mercenary companies, where the likes of the McSweeney's would get mixed up with another McSweeney company and end up chopping each other up. Because by the time we get up to the 15th century and stuff, I don't think the Irish are using heater shields anymore, any form of shields and stuff. They're more or less onto the whole thing of pole arms and pikes and stuff and spears, rather than having that heater shield up for front. So it seems that they're chopping each other up more and more. And you actually used sources last time to highlight the fact that the McSweeney's are getting mixed up with each other and chopping each other up. if I remember correctly.
Exactly, because unfortunately, when it comes down to it, you could accidentally mistaken your own friend to a foe just by accident, and unfortunately, especially this is very, very like rare chance this ever happens. Is if you lose your shield, which one is the last thing you want to do, or worse, it breaks. Your best option is to, hey, I lost my shield got broken. I'm gonna get behind the rest of the ranks to get another one. Or as we see with some accounts, some would actually switch to using two-handed type weapons, like such as, well, what we can understand with Brian Boru's son, Murchad, who drew two swords. Now this is an axe, so better put that down compared to how it would have been. I don't even know what I did with the.
But fair enough, anyway. Like the idea that to replace his shield at the time, he used the second sword to kind of parry and use that kind of martial art. He said, because we were actually talking about this just before we went live today, and also a few months back as well. We were talking about the same thing where Murchad seems to have a high stand. No, he gets killed on the beach, by the way. When he does this, he chases after the Vikings who are fleeing onto the beach, the men from the Isles and stuff. And there he is actually killed while chasing after them, trying to hack them up and stuff. And we just found it was very, very interesting that he pulls a secondary weapon out. And it seems like he's using it, especially if you look at later on in the 15th century, where there seems to be a martial art in that era. Now, that's another 500 years away from the Battle of Clontarf. But we do see buckles at this period as well, which also seem to indicate the fact that the Irish do seem to have some form of a martial art that consists of blocking, parrying that, and then using a sword or spear then to attack and kill. So there definitely does seem to be indications from that of a martial art there.
Exactly, because we also get accounts of this with 300 years after the Battle of Clontarf with James Douglas, who had reportedly used sword and axe, or even elongated knife and axe and sword and such. He used various styles of two-handed weapons, and by that point in time, he was using a heater shield for protection. At that point, when he ended up drawing his sword and his axe, or even a secondary sword, which was apparently shorter, because in multiple accounts, the secondary sword would have been about yay long, which in such is way shorter compared to my main sword.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense.
That one, my left hand is lighter, and doing so, it's a lot more quicker. I'm a lot faster with it. But that's about it, because in doing so, it's because if somebody gets the idea, it's like sees me on the battlefield fighting with like this, they're like, hey, that guy actually is completely open. Let me just put a couple arrows in him.
Yeah, and that does seem to happen to Murtagh when he's going onto the beaches, where he's suddenly kind of he's basically killed off because what happens is that the rank breaks down. They start running after the Vikings because their shield wall is broken down, and they run onto the beaches, and it's there where Murtagh ends up being killed by the Vikings. They're all fighting away. Murtagh is trying to fight as many Vikings as possible. The kind of bloodlust has kind of gotten into his head, and eventually he gets overwhelmed and killed between these Vikings and stuff, which is very depressing because he was the Prince of Ireland at the time. So the whole society kind of smashed in a way after his death,
And it's sadly, if I remember correctly, also his son died on the beach as well.
Killed by pure chaos.
I can't remember how his son was killed. He drowned, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Because of his armor.
Hitting
him in the armor. But
just
with Murchad, I think he was killed by a lucky blow from a dagger, if I remember correctly, when he slit his belly open.
Wow. Yeah. Unfortunate.
I think it's in his belly.
Oh,
like the easy kill streak right here. This is like the easy area. But one of the worst areas you want to get hit in is there.
Yeah, you know, if you don't actually hit that abdominal aorta, it can take a long time to die from that kind of injury.
Yeah, I don't want to play. I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home. Sorry, guys, I'm going off there. Back to Cork. So back into the questions there, because I had a few good ones. There was one on what areas existed. I can't find it now. Oh, there it is. In this time in history, did Clare, Cork, and Tipperary exist yet? Cork did. So at this point, Cork fully exists. It was originally St. Finbarr's monastic settlement, and then they were continuously attacked by the men of Cashel, which is Tipperary. So Tipperary at the time is referred to as Cashel, and at the time they were attacking St. Finbarr's monastic settlement, and so they invited Viking mercenaries in, and the Viking mercenaries built a stone fortification, allegedly called a cashel, which becomes the word castle in Irish. And they built a stone fortification in South Main Street in Cork, which becomes Cork City eventually. So Cork is constructed right next to the monastic settlement to protect the monastic settlement from what becomes Tipperary, which at the time is called Cashel, which is led by the Onochta. Now, Clare at the time is Dalcash territory, which is Brian Boru's territory. So eventually Brian Boru ends up, Brian Boru is allied to the men of Cork, the Viking mercenaries of Cork. This is how mixed it is. It's not a case of Viking versus Gaelic Irish. It's very mixed at this point. You can see everyone marrying each other, hiring mercenaries on both sides. It's very, very mixed. Like even the idea that Cork was built because Irish Christians needed to protect themselves from other Irish Christians goes against this whole idea of Vikings coming in and Viking pagans attacking Christians. Like in Cork, where I'm from, completely out of the norm, like, to be quite honest with you, because in the rest of Ireland at that time, Vikings were attacking monastic settlements to make as much money as possible. That's not the case where I'm from in Cork. Cork hires Vikings to protect them from other Irish Christians who are trying to burn and attack them. So eventually, Clare is actually owned by the Dalcash. The Dalcash are allied to the men of Cork against Cashel. Cashel are like the main bosses of Cork at the time, and they end up usurping the men of Cashel, and they become the kind of kings of the south of Ireland, which at the time was the title of Munster. So they end up becoming the kings of Munster, and eventually from there, the Dalcash, which is Brian Boru's kind of tribe, or Tuat as we refer to at the time, they end up engulfing all of Ireland. And that's where I was saying early on that Brian Boru kind of brings in, because of his monastic education, he brings in those ideas of Charlemagne's the basics of centralization into Ireland, which causes a whole load of rebellions and stuff.
Right.
Just
hopping back into the comments. Oh, do you want to say anything, Connor?
Oh, well, another thing I had to put out here is that when people immediately think, oh yeah, when it comes to the Irish, they only had these type of weapons. They didn't have any weapons identical to the Vikings and such. I'm like, what are you talking about? They actually tried. In fact, Brian Boru copied from facing the Hiberno-Norse and even other Viking raiders, and said, hey, you know what? In order to face these guys, why don't we actually take their equipment and use it on ourselves, and then use it against the enemy? And sure enough, they kind of did use them like this. Now, immediately people think, what the hell is this thing? Well, this is an everyday utility axe. Yeah. Now, it may just be used for cutting down trees, felling logs and such, but this can do a lot worse to a man. And the way this one is it's way smaller compared to the Viking style Danax. Now, both in size of the blade and as well shaft. Now, the shaft will depend on the user. Sometimes they want it as the length of the Danax. Sometimes they just want it just regular like this. Because one, that means that it's actually a lot more easy to maneuver. And in doing so, because of its shaft length, I can easily jab at somebody. Like, say, for example, I'm in a shield wall formation. I lost my shield. I grab an axe, and I'm helping the guy right next to me, like the shield wall formation is bashed together, and what I can do is bash over to head like that. Just imagine how horrifying that would be for the guy on the other end, because he's going to get right in the eye, or right in the jugular, which that will be a lot worse, because then he's going to pretty much be like.
Yeah, I think people often underestimate the impact of blunt force trauma.
Yeah, I fully agree with that one as well. Especially when you are that like as we'll go through the PowerPoint as well. I definitely cover more detail into that one, because I actually have pictures of the arming cap that goes under the helmet that Connor has on today, and it actually prevents a lot of that blunt trauma going into the head and stuff, because when you're dealing with armor and stuff, once that riveted mail goes on in the armor and stuff, you have to kind of switch from stuff that either pierces the armor or something that causes blunt trauma, and that's where you start putting on that padding onto under the armor itself. But I'll go into more detail about that in a bit. Just popping back into the questions and stuff in there, guys. If I end up skipping over your questions, I just apologize for that one. I'm just trying to pick in the ones we can cover while still trying to get back into the PowerPoint presentation as well. There was a brilliant conversation there on the Nail and how involved they were at the time. The Nail at the time in this period, there's two main factions, which is the Kennel Owen, which are based way up in the north of Ireland, who support Citric Silkenbeard, the Kennel Owen do, because the Kennel Owen were looking to usurp Brian Boru and put themselves back into the kingship as well, which I do believe Citric Silkenbeard was not pushing to become King of Ireland himself. I do believe he was supporting the Kennel Owen and wanted the Kennel Owen to become Kings of Ireland again. The reason for that is because the Kennel Owen up in the very north of Ireland supported decentralization. And if Ireland became decentralized again, that means Dublin would have to pay a very low tax. So I do believe the men of Dublin were supporting the men of the Nail at the very north of Ireland, which are called the Kennel Owen. So the Kennel Owen were looking to be pushing to become High Kings of Ireland again, and with that bring in decentralization back into the island of Ireland once again, from my opinion and my interpretation of the literature, compared to Brian Boru, who, as I was saying earlier, wanted to bring in more of that Charlemagne kind of foundation of centralization, but not the centralization we have today. On the other side of things, we also have another branch of the Nail, another very powerful branch, which are the men of Meath, which are in the centre of Ireland. And they were kind of playing the fence here, because Mael Shocknall II, who was the previous High King of Ireland at the time, he was, let's be honest here, he was playing the Game of Thrones because perhaps maybe he was looking to take his title back, but he had been subjugated by Brian Boru, and he wasn't really in the strongest position to suddenly usurp Brian Boru once again. However, it is interesting that once Brian Boru has passed away, Mael Shocknall II is so quick to take that high kingship again and to start kind of playing the politics that is in Ireland at the time. So that's quite interesting. And obviously you guys were debating, did Mael Shocknall rock up for the battle? And as you guys have pointed out, different sources say different stuff, because in the initial battle that morning, Mael Shocknall II, who was King of Meath at the time, the Meath branch of the Nail, he was not there that morning. So we have various rumors to say, hey, look, he trickled in later on. Once that fence had become clear that Brian Boru was winning that battle, he allegedly started trickle in, or he came in, or some people said he didn't even rock up at all. So you guys are perfectly right by saying we have different sources saying different stuff, because in my opinion, and I say my opinion now, he was definitely playing the fence.
That's very Lord Stanley of him. Like that's such a War of the Roses move.
Oh, big time. You know, that's the point we're at, where we're playing that sort of politics where people are jumping on the fence like, I'm not sure, I might be busy that day, have to do the attic, the wife wants me to clear out the attic. You know, that's the kind of politics we're playing at this point.
Jesus. So we actually had a good comment that it can be hard to know how people operated their gear, because weapons and gear would have been used like another body part. Shields would have been used as weapons. Police use them offensively. So yeah, I know that. I know my friends who do, various centuries of medieval combat. When they're allowed to, they have shields, they will definitely use them as offensive weapons. Do we actually have evidence of, is there any kind of solid evidence in any direction about how people in this battle were using their weapons in unobvious ways? I mean, obviously an axe has an obvious use, but it could also have an inobvious use. So, is there evidence, or is this all kind of conjecture based on practical considerations of what the human body can do and what this object can do?
Well, when we actually take a look at historical evidence as well, especially any type of bones that we have uncovered, not just in Ireland, but as well in England and such, that date back to the time of the 11th and even to the 10th century, there are finds of even damaged parts of the bone, especially to the skull, neck, and such. And we also have accounts even from Viking sagas that actually write on how the shields were used. There are accounts that actually should point out that the shields were even used to bash into one's face.
Right.
As well, even some accounts, like, say, for example, I draw my sword like such, and I hold it like such. Now people think, oh, you're going to use your sword like this. No, what I am going to do is immediately come up like that.
Right.
Now, pretty much to trick my opponent. But another account also shows of even a man who lost his sword on the battlefield. He will use his shield not just as a form of defense, but even as a form of offense. Kind of like a Viking or Irish version of Captain America, if you would.
Right.
But other accounts also, but this is actually one major thing I actually have looked up, is that in the form of the shield wall, like when the shields are so close together, like they're like this, and you can't lift your arm up to do this, what you got to do is use the pommel of your sword and bash into the man's skull. In fact, this will really wreck someone's day. Like, think of getting hit.
It'll wreck someone's day.
Pretty much, it's kind of like getting hit with in the face. Like, I don't know if anyone's anybody that's y'all that are watching right now, if y'all have ever played baseball before and you got hit in the head by accident with a foul ball or whatever, like it just right into your face, like makes a beeline right for you. That, but twice as much more powerful, because this downward bashing is very gruesome, and even worse, it will wreak havoc to your head, because one, it's causing trauma to your brain. Your brain's rattling around in there like, well, not the best of days. But because we have uncovered other accounts of, even sometimes there are even accounts like at the Battle of Clontarf, some men even threw their shield at a fleeing Viking. And
that is such a Captain America move.
Oh,
and we also have accounts of this even in Viking sagas. Shields were thrown at fleeing opponents. Or even worse, sometimes the shields were thrown at the guy right in mid-charge. And this is actually horrifying to think about. Let's imagine like a man just doing this towards you, and you're like, oh, hell no.
Yeah.
And you just want to lift your shield up. But as soon as you do that, there's a good possible chance a spear or something is going to go right into that unprotected belly or groin. That's the worst thing you want. But you have to time that perfectly to do that. And that's the hardest thing to do. Which I only have seen one or two reenactors online. I don't even know if I even know the old link anymore, sadly, because that was an old video I saw where a man just threw his shield. I think it was a Stamford Bridge reenactment, I think. I can't remember that one, but that is horrifying to think about. But other accounts of what we can understand with the axe, like this, like the Dane axe and such, like any type of axe, what you could do is you could hook your opponent or hook their shield, pull it open, and as soon as that gap is breached, my ally is then going to thrust his weapon into his opponent. Now, because like, oh, the Dane axe, it's meant to do this. It's like over the shield wall. It's like, how are you supposed to do that when there's a shield wall that's pressing your guy perfectly against a shield wall? Because literally, I can't do that with a shield. And this is pretty much why the Irish preferred shorter like shields, though not like this, or along lines like an everyday utility tool like this. And I have tried to replicate this in some of my own how-to videos of men literally doing this over their shield, like they're just doing that. They're either trying to hack at the man, or worse, get around his neck. Now, this is a bearded axe, and as soon as this thing is around my neck, especially when I'm in the shield wall formation, this is actually the worst horrifying thing, because if my opponent does this to me, I'm probably going to be just yanked from the shield wall, and that's the end game right there.
It's absolutely fascinating. All right, like.
So we actually have there's a couple of, where'd the chat go? I had to open the chat up. Don't tell me I'm offline. Why is this my life?
That's perfectly fine.
There was a question about, a good question about a multi-parter that is going to take some unpacking. One was, did the Irish have an Irish identity at this point? And let's start with that.
It's very, very, like, this is going into Dr. Kevin Moore's territory of what was the Irish identity, because it's an island. It's not a case of, okay, so we're this settlement and then those people down the road. Like you see in continent of Europe, it is a case of you have a settlement and then down the road you'd have another settlement, and that settlement and this settlement were different people here. You know, that's kind of how they identify themselves on the continent, you know, between like the difference between I'm trying to think of an example now, the difference between, let's say, Florence and Milan, you know, where
Right.
this settlement, there, that settlement. And that's kind of what feudalism was on the continent of Europe. The island of Ireland can be quite difficult because they recognize themselves as an island people. And I don't think modern people in Ireland, especially when people start talking about their ethnic groups and stuff, they don't understand what the Irish are trying to convey when they're trying to trying to say that not only are they an island people, so they identify, and you've got other island people identifying them as an island people. So they're from that island of Ireland, we're from this island of Iceland. You actually have references like that in the Icelandic sagas, where it's like, well, I'm from Iceland and they're from Ireland. And sometimes you do get that kind of ethnic connection as well. Because you have royalty. So anyone who's related to Irish royalty, such as Olaf the Peacock, for example, he was born in Iceland, but he identifies himself as Irish because of his Irish lineage. So when other people are giving off their lineage, they give a Norwegian lineage, so they identify themselves as Norse. Olaf
Right.
the Peacock, on the other side, he identifies himself as Irish because his lineage is Ian. So when he's identifying himself before he gets into a fight, he will say, I am Olaf the Peacock. My mother was a woman of the Ian. She was the daughter to Moloch Ian. Moloch Ian was the ancestor to so-and-so. And he actually links himself back all the way to Niall of the Nine Hostages. So there is a level of ethnicity there, but there's still the main identity themselves is from the island. But then on top of that, it's whoever is kind of following the laws of Ireland, you know, the Brehon laws and stuff, because you have other people who are on the fringes of society called the Gael, who a lot of people put into the category of Irish Viking, but it's a bit more complicated than that. These people identify themselves as Gael, and they're not really following, you know, they are to a certain degree following the laws of Ireland, but not completely. So they're kind of like in that kind of foreign territory. So they're literally referred to as Gael, foreign Irish, but they're still identifying as born on the island of Ireland. And even the Icelandic saga, it just, you know, anyone who's born on the island of Ireland is just a Gael. It's just Irish to them. There's no, you know, I'm following the law or not following the law. And so you see, as you guys are trying to digest this information, you can see why it's complicated and why the likes of Dr. Kevin Moore argues with other professionals about, okay, so what's the identity of what it is to be Irish at this time? Just continuing that comment as well, you were asking, the Irish kilts, in a bit, Rachel's going to absolutely tear the kilt apart, to be honest with you. So I hope you're not pro kilt at this period, because Rachel is going to go wild in a second about what the kilt was at this period. And I asked Connor before you started, what kind of what make is your what was it, your tunic? And he answered the right question, because Rachel's going to tear some things apart now in a few minutes. And where the Irish divided by language? No, they weren't. So there were differences in Old Irish, such as Ulster Irish, which you would see up in the north of Ireland, and then the Irish I speak, which is the Munster. Well, I say speak, I'm terrible at Munster Irish, to be quite honest with you. When I was a child, I was very, very good at Munster Irish. These days, I'm horrific at Munster Irish. So please don't ask me to translate or do anything with Munster Irish. But my native tongue is Munster Irish. But I can still, if a person from Ulster was to come and talk to me, like Mihal, who's in the comment section there, if he was to talk to me in his native language, I'd be able to understand what he's saying. Now, communicating back would be quite difficult for me, but if I was to communicate back to him fluently, if I was actually good at Munster Irish, he'd understand what I was saying as well. But there'd be little differences. It'd be exactly the same as someone from Ireland with the little things I say. You know how I say gorgeous, or, oh, that's grand, stuff like that. You understand what I'm saying, That's the kind of nuances, the differences in the language compared to American English against Irish English. Maybe a few words, like, for example, how are you? We'd say, like, what's the crack? If you were to say that, if I was to say that to Rachel would suddenly be going, I'm not selling, anything illegal to you, go away, That's the sort of differences you'd see between American English and Hiberno English, as we call it.
So in this era, you're saying it's dialects, but still mutually intelligible.
Yeah, 100%. Like,
yeah, because that's kind of like what here in the States we got. Because, for example, in Texas, we have our own type of slang compared to the Southern slang, and then there's New Yorker, New Jersey, yuppie, California. Then there's Midwestern, and so on. But that's how you can definitely tell if the person is there from where they. Because, for example, here in Texas, we say y'all, not you all. And that pretty much tells where they're from.
In New Jersey, they say yous. Okay. Moving on.
I'm well outnumbered in the comment section, because I suddenly had a whole load of men of Ullid, the Ulster men, suddenly popping up in the comment section when I was talking about Irish. I recognize all you guys. How many Irish Americans do we have in the comment section as well? If you're Irish American, definitely leave a comment. And what's your interpretation of the Irish language as well, if you're Irish American? I definitely want to know that one. What else is there? I'll actually jump into the PowerPoint there, just so we're slightly pushing through, and I'll get back into the comments there in a second, because I want to slowly but surely make our way through.
Yeah, and definitely, Irish breakfast, we will get to the topic of Irish clothing and the kilt. Promise.
Oh yeah, 100%. I just want to, just before I get any further still, the little presentation I have up of these three pictures, in my interpretation, this is, and Connor and Rachel are more than welcome to go against me, but this is kind of my idea of what they were wearing at the Battle of Clontarf, starting with the man on the left, who basically has a really bad budget. He has barely any. Yeah. He's when it came down, the Battle of Clantarf was announced. He decided to spend most of his money, his cattle tribute. Maybe he was on the bad side of the cattle tribute being handed out and stuff. But basically, he's got himself a spear and he's got himself a shield, but he wasn't able to get himself a helmet or a gammonsin, or at least a gammonsin armor or riveted mail. So the man on the left gives you an idea of if somebody was in a very bad situation, basically, sorry. Oh, God.
He's regretting his life choices at this point.
He basically traded. His mom, I guaranteed his mom probably made himself some gammonsin armor. Don't you worry, pet, I'll make you some gammonsin armor. His mother probably made him some gammonsin armor. And he decided he'd trade that now for some alcohol, So if he's in a situation where he decided it'd be a good idea to trade his gammonsin armor which is the padded armor you can see in the middle. This is the situation we'll be at, where he just have his little spear and his shield, leaving him completely because what's going to happen now is that he's rocked up for the Battle of Clontarf. People have gone spear and shield wall on spear on shield wall, clashed together, and I don't think he'll be lasting the full day, to be quite honest with you. But the man on the left gives you a good idea of what you would have been wearing if you had no armor whatsoever. You basically traded whatever light armor and stuff you had. Now, the man in the middle is wearing a Gammonson armor, which I'll go into more details in a bit. His main body armor there is made of Gammonson. It's a whole load of padded wool, kind of all put together, pretty strong, pretty thick. And then under that, so you can clearly see he's got his nasal helmet on. And then finally, he's got his capped, what was it? His cap, his armoring cap, as we call it, which is also padded armor. So it's more wool padded armor. Which is basically used, you can see Connor has it as well, but it's used for kind of that blunt trauma. When any weapons you have there that cause blunt trauma, especially the Dane axe is their biggest fear. So if he was to be smacked by a big Dane axe, big massive Dane axe, his padded armor would be able to basically take all that kind of blunt trauma. And then finally, the very last man we can see here, he's got himself a big, massive Dane axe. He's got his sword. So we know he's got plenty of money. The moment you start seeing swords, wealth starts coming into your mind. He also has his shield. Obviously, the most important bit there is riveted mail. So he does not have chainmail. He does not have buttered mail. He's done exactly the same type of mail Connor has here, which is riveted mail. And obviously Connor there, because Connor is an Irish warrior, he also has his fisherman's belt on as well to identify him, both if he's lost at sea and also on the battlefield as well. So we can see Connor has his whole riveted mail, kind of the weight kind of disputed around his belt as well, because what you do is you kind of, as Rachel would point out as well, kind of kilt that riveted mail up onto the belt to kind of distribute the weight of that, because it can be quite, especially if you're fighting for the entire day, it can be quite heavy as well.
Exactly, because the mail, like people think, mail, it weighs like about 100 something pounds. It's like, no, that's ridiculous. The mail is just a heavy shirt. That's all it is. And that's the thing, because I have actually ran under this problem before when it comes to ordering mail, and unfortunately many people, like any of y'all that are watching this part and such and are trying to figure out how do you measure and such and all that, here's the thing. When it comes to mail, don't view it like a t-shirt you throw in the wash and are worried that it's going to shrink. Just do your measurements as well. If you want to do it over a Gamazon, be my guest, but for the love of the almighty, don't get a size too big, otherwise you'll regret it. And unfortunately, I originally did that with my older male shirt, which is different compared to this model. This one is the correct size. But the guy you got in the middle, very correct for like the Hiberno Norse, especially with
I was going to say he looks very Norse to me. Like that's that captain kind of thing that the Norse imported from the East.
Yeah, it's jerkin, as it's also called, or as it's also called, especially to a lot of people, fans that are fans of Kingdom Come Deliverance know it best as a kaftan.
Yeah,
can easily be worn like such.
Wait, why is this thing making an appearance in Kingdom Come Deliverance? That is like 500 years too early for Kingdom Come Deliverance. Oh my god. I can't wait to play this game and tear it apart.
We're doing that this week as well, aren't we?
We are,
on the 11th. On the 11th, we're playing Kingdom. I think it's the 11th anyway. Sometime this week anyway. We're playing. Myself and Rachel are going to try to organize a game of Kingdom Come. I know it'll pop up on Rachel's channel, no problem. I don't know if it'll pop up on my YouTube, but we'll try something anyway.
Jesus.
Yeah, we can also see by the guy on the right, we can definitely tell, that guy is definitely a Viking or Hiberno Norse and such, especially by the helmet he's wearing. One being the optical helmet. Now, this is one of many examples, but this is like the very late models before they start to, hey, you know what? This stuff is expensive. I don't want that. I just want the nasal part. That way it's cheaper. And I got a little extra. Or better yet, why don't I get some of those cheap plates I see some people are wearing?
Oh,
yeah. I just feel like that's a false economy.
What do you mean by that?
False economy means where you're saving in the wrong places. Like, anyone who says, I don't want to protect all my face and head. I'm going to save some money and just protect my nose and my cheek. Like when people have Dane axes, like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? I mean, obviously, the gentleman in the center, he's got that padded Aventail coif, that's all really providing a lot of extra protection because it really comes up around his cheeks pretty much. So not much of his face is actually exposed. And I think people definitely underestimate the value and efficacy of padded armor, right? Of cloth, of fabric armor that's been padded and stiffened to a fairly well.
Because what we can understand by that image though that one is a little early compared to, or because most of the time when it comes to like padded Aventail or padded coifs and such, that one looks a little too early for that time, or a little later period. Because
I was going to say it looks very 14th century to me, but
later, like more about like the I want to say 14th or 13th century, but
it's very.
Because most of the time at the Battle of Clontarf, most of the time, or as well during this time and century, most of the time the neck was fully exposed because a lot of times the arming cap didn't even go as far down the neck to be even protected most of the time, because those were rare. And even then, they were mostly just inside the skull part, and which kind of is like, oh no, what about my neck? And it's like, well, too late.
So I don't know how much you've studied, the corpses that they've found, the bones that they found from these battles. Did it seems like with so little protection, relatively speaking, around some very crucial parts of your body, there would be a high body count. Is that true, or was there something about the way they were fighting that didn't result in mass casualties?
Well, mostly, as we can see with the shield, it pretty much does that job. It's just the way that you have to fight with it is the problem, because one, you have to do proper styles of fighting to protect your body. Like people, like especially this is for any people that immediately start watching movies and thinking, no, that's not how you do it. That's like ridiculous. Because especially when I see Hollywood films like, say for example, Kingdom of Heaven, we see them clean their helmets. It's like, no, don't do that. It's like, no. Because what you got to do is always wear the helmet, always have your shield or some form of armor to protect you. And in doing so, your technique does the rest. Because, for example, say someone comes at me with a blow from the top, I do that. Or I can do a side swing or such. But the thing is, what you never want to do is expose yourself like this. Because that is the most ridiculous thing I always see, especially for a lot of newcomers and such. They're like, let me do this. It's like, what are you doing? And then
unfortunately, in movies, they make what I call dramatic aesthetic calls, where it's all about how it looks to the viewer and has little to do with the historic reality. Did you see the horrible helmets they had in the duel?
Oh God!
With half the face covered in half, because they said they wanted to be able to see the expression on their faces as they're fighting, and I'm like, what are you on about?
That was the famous director as well, your man who did, because he's done a lot of medieval movies.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, that's the one, Ridley Scott. Yeah, he wanted to see the face.
Yeah.
Although the historian, he had hired a historian, and the historian was against it. He was like, I don't think this is a good idea. And he was like, no, I have to see their face. So he cut the helmet in two, which makes because it was the duel started off with a lance event where the two boys smashed against each other, and the historian was like, that kind of makes no sense. But Ridley Scott was like, no, I want to see their face. So yeah, he opened it up, lunatic like.
Yeah.
I'll pop over to the next, and obviously, guys, let the comments trickle in and stuff. Some interesting and funny questions and comments coming in there, but definitely keep it up anyway. And I'll slowly poke around as I'm going through the clothing and stuff at the time. Now, okay, this is where Rachel's about to go wild.
Oh yeah.
So the kilt. They're all wearing kilts, aren't they, Rachel?
Yeah. No. So everyone, I guess we should start with what the word kilt means. So kilt is actually Middle English. By the way, the word is not Irish, it's not Scottish, it's English, and it's Middle English. And it comes from Dutch, actually, kilten. It means to truss up. So what that means is actually, Connor, if you could stand up and show them, just pouch your shirt over top of your belt. That's kilting. That is the process. You just take your shirt and you just pull it up over your belt. That is literally kilting. You have now kilted your garment. It's not a noun in the Middle Ages at all. Doesn't exist in Europe. No one in Europe is wearing what we call a kilt. So the reason that the word kilt evolves into this garment is because you go from having the process of men and women, but mostly women, by the way, in the Middle Ages kilting their dresses so that when they're walking around and doing practical things in the mud or cleaning, then their skirts aren't dragging on the ground anymore. So what happens at the end of the 16th century, we've got the Little Ice Age on, it's getting colder, cloaks are getting bigger and bulkier, especially in cold, brutal places like the Highlands of Scotland. And so people are starting to they're putting this massive mantle on that's getting bigger and more massive and heavier, and then they belt it because it redistributes the weight of this massive blanket, basically. By the way, the word plaid, also, which is a lowland Scots word, not a Gaelic word originally. Plaid just means blanket. Plaid means blanket. It's got nothing to do with a pattern. So the plaid in this period is a blanket, basically, that can function for many purposes. It can be a blanket on your bed. It can be a blanket around your body. You can turn it into a tent if you want to. And at the very tail end of the 16th century, someone gets the bright idea, men and women, that we need to belt this thing because it's getting too heavy. And eventually that big blanket that is belted, someone gets the idea in the 17th century that they can kind of arrange the lower parts in kind of nice pleats. Like, it doesn't have to be this kind of unsightly, bulky, amorphous garment anymore. So that's when the idea of kilting your plaid slowly transitions into the idea of a kilted garment. And the word kilt in English is not used as a noun for the first time until the 1720s. And it's still an English word. It's still not a Scottish word. It's still not an Irish word. So in the Middle Ages, they're wearing tunics. Everyone is wearing tunics. And the Lena, as you have depicted there in Gerald of Wales's seminal historic work, oh so accurate. They're wearing tunics, right? So what people mistake for being a kilt is actually just a belted tunic. And as you pointed out, and I found out later on when I did my own reading, it's at the end of the 19th century during the nationalist Republican movement in Ireland that they all decide the leadership, people leading this movement, decide they need a national Irish garment. So what do? They look to Scotland, which has recently, like 50, 60 years before that, decided their national garment is the kilt, thanks to our friend, our man Robbie, right? So kilt's not a medieval thing at all. Now, if you want to wear a kilt and be pre-modern, I recommend ancient Egypt. They had kilts, as we would understand kilts. The Assyrians were wearing them. The Minoans were wearing them. The ancient world was full of men wearing skirts that are short and pleated, if that's what you want.
But not so much in Ireland. It's more or less the idea, as you can see there, the very last picture, we see the Fitzgerald here. He's got his tunic down to around his ankle, I would say, area.
Little below the knee,
But then I'm not quite sure if Dimrit McMora there in the middle, if it's just the size of it. But let's just say he's actually, for this example, let's say he's pulled it up, he's kilted it up. So kilting is more or less bringing it up around the belt, kilting up the tunic. So that's what kilting is at that period. And that's where that play on words, as you guys are saying in the comment section, I thought kilt dates back to the 16th century in the Scottish Highlands. So not so much the garment itself of a kilt would be in the 16th century Scotland, but the word, in my opinion, Rachel will correct me there, the word kilt starts to appear in the 16th century. But as you point out there, they were already kilting before then, weren't they?
Yeah, so the word kilt does not appear in Scotland at all. It's not a Scottish word. It's an English word. It doesn't appear in Scotland until the English introduce it there, everyone. I hate to tell you all this. So the kilting that they're talking about is what I mentioned. It's taking the plaid, this big rectangular blanket thing, can also sometimes be oval shaped, apparently. Draping it over your body, like over your head, around your shoulders, sort of around your body, and then taking a belt and belting that. But it's not pleated. It's not a skirt. It's not a separate garment as such. And it's an over garment. Like it's worn over everything else. So you're still wearing a doublet in Scotland in this era. You're still wearing a doublet or, maybe a tunic or a coat, COTE, underneath of that big belted thing. So it's still in the 16th century, the word is still absolutely a verb, and it's an English verb. It's not a Scottish verb. It's not it's not a Gaelic word at all.
Yeah.
So yes, the idea of kilting in the sense of belting the blanket and pulling it up over the belt so that it's not just hanging straight. Because here's the reality. Everyone, I'd like you to give this a try. Get the blanket from your bed, drape it over your body, and just straight up belt it, and then start walking, and it's going to slide through the belt. But if you actually kilt it up over the belt so that there's this pouchy bit over the belt, it will stay in place. And then you can walk around, and then you have freedom of your arms to do things like kill people if you need to, if they attack you, for instance. I'm just thinking aloud here.
Yeah. I fully agree.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's where in the word kilt, as I said, does not appear as a noun until the 18th century. Before that, it's a verb every single time.
Oh, definitely, 100%. And just continuing the conversation as well, those tunics, the lena, which eventually in the Irish side of things becomes the kilt by the time we get up to the 17th and 18th century, was that made of saffron or other dyes in the 10th and 11th century? Was that made of saffron in the 10th and 11th century?
So in the 10th and 11th century, there is no. There's no evidence of saffron in Ireland in that era. There's just none. There's none. See, here's the thing. Saffron becomes really prevalent in Ireland starting in the 15th century. And that ties in with the fact that there's actually saffron farms that spring up in England, right? So suddenly saffron becomes a more local commodity. Instead, before that, saffron was a crazy expensive. I mean, it's still crazy expensive because of what it is, but even more expensive, an import from Spain. So the amount of saffron you would need to dye a whole tunic is exorbitant. And the only people who could have even afforded to do that anyway would have been the most wealthiest members of society. But in any case, there's zero evidence of saffron in Ireland in the 10th century. Now, it could be found, but it's more likely that that broom is being used, dyer's broom is being used to make the yellow, weld is being used to make the yellow, right? These are weeds that just kind of grow everywhere, and they're free and they're accessible and they're relatively easy to dye with. So yeah, of course they have yellow things. Yes, we know they have yellow things, but yellow does not equal saffron. And the other trick about the word saffron by the 15th century and the 16th century is that it's often used as a synonym for yellow, having nothing to do with the material that actually created the color. So you have to be, there's even a law, Henry VIII, and I know this is well beyond the Battle of Clontarf, but it relates to the question about saffron. There's a law that Henry VIII passes. Of course, he passes a whole bunch of sumptuary laws to control the Irish, like that can even be done. And the law actually specifies about dyeing the shirt. They call them shirts, right? Because that's what the lena is by the 16th century. It's viewed as a shirt. He talks about Irish shirts can only be dyed with saffron or saffron colored, right? So they actually make that double qualification, because they're not just concerned so much about the material, but about the color itself as being significant about Irish culture. Because, you know, the Irish have keep siding sometimes with the wrong side of the throne, as it were, and that's getting problematic for Henry Tudor, for Henry VIII. So, yeah.
Oh, especially at that age, and that's why just before we started, I saw that what was it? Connor had his tunic on, and I was wondering straight away, Connor, what's that tunic made of? And how thankfully he turned around and says, well, it's not made of saffron anyway. And I was like, thank God.
So saffron is not a very, it stains. Like any of you who've cooked with saffron, right? You know that if you get it on your fingers turn an unhealthy color. And that seems to last forever, right? Until you like rub it away from your skin. But on fabric, it will stain briefly. But saffron as a dye stuff is not particularly, it's fugitive. That's the word I'm looking for. It's fugitive, which, you know, like imagine the color just running away. So with exposure to UV and to laundering, it fades pretty quickly. So it's even more conspicuous consumption that you're using saffron to dye this garment, where it's not even going to last very long.
Very, very true. And just getting back to the main subject at hand. So first and foremost, as people are asking there, because people are jumping on there, we're just covering the first garment that an Irish warrior would wear going into the Battle of Clontarf at the early stages of the 11th century. And obviously the first thing he'd wear is his under tunic, which we refer to in Ireland as the lena. And eventually the lena becomes kind of the traditional clothing of Ireland, as it becomes kind of linked to the Irish kilt. But if you guys want to go back over that again, or we could just make a future video later on. So definitely subscribe to the channel, and we'll go back over, especially this week on Thursday. We'll get into, myself and Rachel will get into more details to do with the identity of what is a kilt, especially around the 16th century and stuff. So after you've put your lena, your under tunic on, the next piece of garment is to obviously put on your over tunic, which is a woolen tunic that you put over your under tunic, and it's mostly made of wool. And you've always got to make sure to put on your under tunic first before putting on your woolen tunic. I've done it before. I had a few drinks on me, feeling a bit cold, and I was like, I'm just going to chuck in my over tunic on top. Oh my God, is it itchy? If you don't put on your under tunic first and then your woolen tunic, it is itchy as hell. Make sure to always put on your under tunic first and then your woolen tunic before you put on anything else. But for the Battle of Clantarf, and it's definitely a question for Connor, would you put on your over tunic? Because maybe it'll get too hot, especially if you're wearing your gambeson, your padded armor over that again. Would you put your over tunic on for the Battle of Clantarf, Connor?
Well, it depended on the user, as some actually viewed it's like, well, I'm already wearing my over tunic, I might as well just put my mail on that. But those that were gambeson, they're like, nope, I'm gonna put mail on my gambeson. I'm not going to wear another layer, because in which this is a major thing about the medieval battlefields and such. Many times over, men got overheated incredibly from the fighting. In fact, a lot of times men just drop dead from the heat exposure rather than a blade hitting them on the battlefield, which is the last thing they want. The thing is, so Irishmen, the Gaelic Irish, they actually, well, they were Coeur d'Alene as you see me wearing. So in doing so, this lets off a lot of the heat away from me. And in doing so, while the Hiberno Norse and the Vikings, they're wearing elongated trousers, which are most likely made out of wool. And this is where it's going to be pretty bad in the long run for them, because one, they're going to start sweating. And
right.
If none of y'all have ever worn like a heavy duty sweatshirt and gone for a jog, especially in the middle of an August heat wave, Like, I live in Texas, and even I had to cancel many of my how-to videos in August because it was a scorcher somewhere around 100 to 110 Fahrenheit. And here's the thing. I don't know what that is in Celsius, but holy hell, no thank you. Because immediately, as soon as I go out there, I'm like, nope, I'm going back inside. Screw you. I'm going inside.
Yeah.
So I'm interested about those heat injuries. So is there actual documentation of heat injuries from this battle?
From the battle itself, it seems to be indicated that people are collapsing from exhaustion because it highlights in the literature that this was fought first thing in the morning all the way up to the evening. So it seems to be indicated that lads are collapsing from exhaustion, although they are switching. I think it's every 3 minutes to 10 minutes, they are circulating. So men are fighting for 3 minutes to 10 minutes straight and then circulating, rotating. So what happens is that they will clash, fight, pull back, and as they're pulling back, lads will rotate around. So lads are getting water and stuff on board and stuff, and replacing their damaged shields, their damaged, because in literature, especially with the Taun and stuff, it highlights how you'd have chariots in the background. Chariots would come up. You still have chariots, by the way, in Ireland in the 11th century using roads. And this is why it's so important that the roads would be cleared and stuff. So in Ireland, we have, my wife actually did a good bit of this as well, paper on this one, looking into roads and how roads had to be cleared. Roads were not used when the battle was on, and chariots would go up and down in the background, bringing in fresh spears, fresh water, fresh shields and stuff onto the battlefield to rotate with the men. So the men would rotate out, fix their equipment as quick as they could. They would also bring carpenters, blacksmiths down onto the field. They would set up a little camp and stuff, and lads would rush in and they would fix what they could before being sent out again. However, it seems to be indicating that lads may have been collapsing because this was on April, which is a very hot month. And because of that, as I was saying to Connor, would they put their overtunic on? So obviously they would have put their lena on first. But would they, because they're not dealing with a normal, regular situation where they're just going down to the farm and stuff, they're fighting, they're going to be moving a whole load, would they put their overtunic on and then their garments in? Or would they just put the, the overtunic to the side when dealing with this battle? Especially since these guys were fighting for the entire day and it was 4,000 men against 4,000 men.
Exactly.
Which is a lot
and
to
I
go
think
through.
in this era it's relatively warm, right? This is one of those periods when they're actually getting like 2 to 3 harvests a year instead of just one because the temperatures are so favorable, right?
Because you definitely see that in the Norwegian sagas as well, because it talks about how much food Ireland was producing at the time. So Ireland was definitely reflecting of that, because there was a lot of Norwegian and Icelanders telling their children, immigrate to Ireland. Ireland is the land of not just great trade going on in Dublin, but the food is plentiful in Ireland. They never worry about a lack of food in Ireland because they're growing so much of it because of the wheat and stuff. Because as you said, they're very hot temperatures at this time of year. It's not until we get over to the Scottish War of Independence that we can think of cold Ireland.
That's when things start cooling down everywhere. Yeah,
especially with the later on Scottish invasion of Ireland, which a lot of people sadly forget about.
Well, no, not just forget about, don't even know about in the first place.
Exactly.
Definitely needs to be covered.
Yeah.
Okay, so just moving on to the next bit there. A few guys, don't go too wild now or I'll have to get removed. Okay. You're pushing it there, lads. Now, relax there. We're talking about the Battle of Clontarf. We don't have to go too wild in the comment section. Okay, just popping back over. We covered a tiny bit of this before. Just getting back into shoes again. Pants, leg wraps, and shoes. Now, obviously, you've got a pair of yourself. I refer to them as Jorvik shoes because there's endless amount of them, Connor, in Jorvik. So I always call them, and in the Irish scene, especially down in the south of Ireland, we call them Jorvik shoes because Jorvik in the the 10th and 11th century was occupied by a lot of Hiberno Scandinavians. A lot of men of Dublin occupied York at the time against the Anglo-Saxons and stuff. So a lot of the shoes found in York in England date to when the Irish Vikings, the men of Dublin, were in York at the time. So a lot of people can trace them back over to Dublin. And also those shoe finds in Dublin kind of match up as well. So we actually refer to them both in England and in Ireland in that kind of reenactment connection we have with York as Jorvik shoes. Really, really awesome stuff. So we first, obviously, in Ireland as well, we also have very tight pants as well, as you can see there. And if we don't have the tight pants as what's called Connor is wearing as well, we also have quarter length pants. Connor is wearing them as well. And you can pretty much see them all over the literature, as you can see there with the Book of Kells, with the Kern warrior in the middle, the Book of Kells warrior in the middle of that. We can also see, if you look on the left side, you can see the High Cross in Clontarf, which is full of effigies dated to around the 9th, 10th, and 11th century. And in those effigies of high crosses we can find in Clontarf, all the effigy warriors have quarter length pants as well. And we can also see when Gerald of Wales comes over to Ireland and he's talking about the wolf men, which most likely is indicating to the cattle raiders, they also are depicted as having quarter length pants as well. So it's definitely this running theme for warriors in Ireland to have quarter length pants. So even if you've got a good few lads who've got much more of the tighter pants with the leg wraps and then the Jorvik shoes, it seems to be more often than none that they just have the quarter length pants and then no leg wraps and no shoes. Now, often a lot of people will turn around to the no shoes and say, oh, it's because they're very poor. And I say, no. It's because the shoes at the time were very, very slippery. So if you go onto mud or grass or anything like that, there's a good chance that you might slip off. So to get a better grip on the ground, a lot of these Irish warriors, both in Dublin and various other places in Ireland, would go into battle with no shoes on, so they can get more of a grip of the ground at the time.
As we see, this is this.
Yeah.
That's plain leather, because immediately, like, people think, oh, I'm gonna wear this shoe, I'm gonna walk around. It's like, I want to do that. Why was you?
Yeah.
And immediately they start slipping, sliding.
Slippery.
This is not rubber. This is not rubber.
Yeah.
This is pure leather,
Yeah.
and this will not end well for your day.
But I've I do a lot of kinesthetic stuff because I do medieval dance, and a lot of my friends who do 14th and 15th century fighting manual based combat, they comment that medieval people, and I've noticed that medieval people walk differently. They move differently. Pre-modern people, not just medieval. Pre-modern people walked differently and moved differently, and they had a different way of putting their center of balance in place. I think a lot of problems when we modern people put on medieval shoes and go into these scenarios is we try to walk modernly heel toe, which is not correct in these shoes. And we also aren't crouching in a way that would allow you to actually put your center of balance where it needs to be so you don't slip. So I think in Ireland's case, honestly, it's less about the slipping and more about the fact, here's what happens when you wear shoes like that in mud. And ask me how I know. You will step into the mud, you will sink up to your ankles, and then the mud will suck the shoe off of your foot. And then 1,000 years later, some archaeologist finds it. So,
well, that's true. So
I think in Ireland's case, it's less about slippery because everyone in Europe had grass and slippery conditions. I think it's more about the bogs, like this boggy land that you've got everywhere, that people realize that, wow, these shoes are expensive. Like, this is a luxury item. Not just everyone can have a nice, okay, this one looks crappy because it needs to be TLC'd after 2 weeks of living in it. But anyway, like, this would be a luxury item, right? It costs, the materials are expensive, the labor is expensive, the time to make it is expensive. So you're not just going to put it on and hope that the mud doesn't take it, right? You're going to defensively wear them so that they're only being worn when they're not going to get completely destroyed. So yeah, I feel like it's maybe less about the slippery and more about the loss of the shoe.
Oh, definitely. I definitely agree with Mihal is agreeing. Clans and Dynasties, who's in the comment section as well, that definitely agrees with us as well, because he's done a good few reenactments as well. And he would definitely tell you your foot will get stuck in so fast when you do living history in Ireland. It can be very, very nasty that way. Just moving on slightly, what do I have next? Yes. This was actually Connor. You sent this on forward to me, and I thought it was a very, very good example, just to highlight, as we were saying before, the men of Dublin at this stage were very much digested into Irish society. And you've got a pin as well. That's a find from Dublin as well, is it?
Yes,
Connor?
and such. I do have another one. I don't know what I did with it is the problem. Because, this one was crafted off of a design near Dublin, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And these are, these would show off of who's the wealth, because the brooch is a symbol of, everything. Because if somebody wears this, you definitely know that, hey, that guy's a nobleman and such. Because look at how much artwork, look at the jewelry that's on it. While a person that said this has a plain version of this, like no jewels whatsoever, because as we see, all that right there, that symbolizes nobility. Remove the detail, remove the gems, that symbolizes non-nobility.
Well, and of course, different metals that are used have different value, right? Like people, you've got gold. Obviously, gold is like the pinnacle, and then you've got gilt silver, and then you've got gilt bronze and gilt pewter, and then you've got just plain bronze and just plain pewter. So that's also a definite. There's your sign.
Because noblemen, lower class, huge difference.
Oh, massive difference. Definitely a great way to show off your wealth, especially if you're coming from Dublin and you're making endless amount of money, because this is kind of one of the things that the men of Dublin were fighting for, was to make even more money, because they didn't want to pay a large tax over to more centralized emperor of the Scotti, Brian Boru at the time. And so you can really see the level of wealth, as we were covering earlier on about the Irish tunic and stuff. Most people perhaps maybe had different forms of dyes and stuff. You can see a lot of yellow in Gerald de Wales's work and stuff. So, what dyes they were using. Maybe yellow was just the most common one to use at the time, perhaps. But regardless, the men of Dublin, on the other hand, they constantly highlight the fact that even their warriors went into battle covered in silk, which really highlights the fact of how much wealth was going in and out of Dublin at the time. I remember Rachel was shocked and appalled at the idea of when Mael Shocknall I in the Annals of Ulster, going into the Battle of Tara in 980, just before the Battle of Clontarf. He comments, he is shocked and appalled as well, Rachel, don't worry, that the men of Dublin went into battle with, first and foremost, by putting on their silk lena, their silk tunic on first, and then over that they put on their body armor and also their riveted mail, which was shocking that they went into battle in silk, because as Rachel pointed as well, the idea of the armor rubbing against the silk while they're fighting is shocking because of the amount of destruction they might be doing to
the oil from the mail just seeping into. Oh my God. But also, and I didn't think about this before, a silk lena, dear God, silk is wonderful, but it's an insulator. And so you're putting on a silk thing against your skin and then a padded thing over top of that. And you're then mail on top of that. Yeah. Heat stroke is your friend, baby.
But what they could have done, because there is finds from the Varangian Guard of them just having the silk at the very bottom of it, which would have been, and also at the cuffs of it. So I do theorize that perhaps maybe it wasn't the entire lena, the entire tunic that was completely silk. I think it was just the parts that were visible that the Gaelic, the men of Mead would have seen at the time. So I think the men of Mead had seen the silk seep, kind of like poking out and stuff from the bottom of the riveted mail and also from the corners of it, and thought the whole thing must be covered in silk. I think that's maybe what they're thinking, and I think that's how the Irish were recording at the time, because the Irish go on and win that battle. So maybe they were covered in full silk and overheated and died. Maybe that's what happened.
I would have to agree with a full shirt type of silk because we actually hear accounts of that even into the times of even the Crusades, where Seljuk Turks and such were wearing silk robes underneath their armor and were still overheating themselves. Now, don't get me wrong, silk is good at certain type of environments, but you don't want to wear it when you're in battle.
Yeah, so silk is honestly best in a dry climate, not for in a moist climate. You're going to suffer.
Yeah.
But you know, even men suffer for fashion, right? So there it is.
Well, that's it, yeah. Especially if you're looking to look glorious while you're trying to win a glorious victory. Like, I think there'd be a lot of suffering there. Not just wearing the silk, but a whole load of different kind of suffering as well. But regardless, my main point here was just to highlight the fact that by the time we get up to the Battle of Clantarf, because the main fashion that seems to dominate Ireland at the time seems to be the Hiberno-Scandinavian fashion. As you guys have pointed out in the comments section early on, that Viking influence that comes in from the ports of Dublin, Cork, Waterford, Limerick, that had gone on and influenced, as you guys had said, Celtic style, which at the time is referred to as Hiberno Gaelic style, and started influencing the style that we have, which is referred to by academics as Hiberno-Scandinavian style. So both, by the time we get into Clantarf, because we're, Brian Bruce somewhat trying to centralize everything that's going on, and between these marriage alliances, the fostering that's going on, and also taking of hostages. So they would also take hostages from various different groups. There's a lot of mix and match going on. Even Citric Silkenbeard, who fights on this battle, he had spent a good chunk of his life as a child living in Clonmacnoise, the centre of Ireland. His wife was also Brian Boru's daughter, and his mother was also married to various high kings of Ireland. So Citric Silkenbeard, the king of Dublin at the time, the main rebel, was very Irish. He knew very little about the Norwegians. There were Norwegians, Norse people, that arrived into Ireland, but the way they dressed, the fashion that was in Norway, would have been slightly different to the main fashion trend that was in Ireland at the time, which we refer to as Hiberno-Scandinavian. So I just wanted to use those two examples there to show you this is what we're wearing in Ireland. And you can see that kind of mixture of, as you guys were saying, Celtic and Viking mix, the Hiberno-Scandinavian mix.
So before you switch screens, so everyone look at that brooch on the left, the what some people call a turtle brooch. So that style, that aesthetic, that style of metalwork and goldsmithing. So here in Korea, in 5th and 6th century tombs, they have found items that look very much like that in terms of style that were imported from Europe. So in the 5th and 6th century, we've got that style of goldsmithing getting carried all the way across the Silk Road and ending up in royal tombs in 5th, 6th, and 7th century Korea. So that kind of connectivity is pretty crazy.
Yeah. Just to go into the comment section there, guys, if you have questions, please relate them back to the Battle of Clontarf. I don't want it to turn into a complete free-for-all yet, not until we've done the presentation yet. Because you guys are going, no question, no replies. Hey, look, I know I was going through it, but the questions were going to, what did I have for breakfast yesterday, to, hey, how much is it for a house in Dublin today? And I don't even know how to answer some of these things. If you want to know what I had for breakfast, I just had some chicken nuggets there. If you really want to know that, like, there you go.
Oh my God, that is the least Japanese breakfast I can imagine.
Yeah, it is. Sure, it came out of the shop next door.
God. Very, that's not for breakfast. That's for drunk food. You're eating drunk food for breakfast.
Well, to be fair, it was 5 a.m, so I think it goes into that category. Yeah. Anyway, the turtle brooch, what was it? As it's referred to in the academic book as the Fingus brooch, is worn by women. It's on the old straps there. I
have. If you told me you were going to include this, I have this ensemble. I could have worn it, but it's a little too early. So by the 11th century, the apron dresses are gone, right? It's tunics. But I've got a beautiful bright red 9th century apron dress ensemble, complete with all the beads and everything. But I don't it's buried somewhere. I would have needed 24-hour notice to excavate it from my apartment.
Oh yeah. Plus, I don't want to focus on women's clothing today. I want to focus it on later on. I just want to cover Clantarf for a wee bit. And just getting back into the comment section there, is scale armor on the clothing rack? Yeah, I think Connor does have scale armor because he wants to cover it. Connor, we won't cover it now because it goes into a whole load of conspiracies and stuff. We'll have the conspiracy chat afterwards. Was scale armor at the Battle of Clontarf? It goes into the conspiracy theories, so we'll talk about that later. We'll get our what was it? The what's the special hat for the one that the CIA
the
can't
tin
hear
hat,
us
tinfoil hat. Yeah,
the tin hat. That's the one. We'll put that on later, so the CIA won't come in. I have a bright red tunic. Bright red tunics. I can imagine a lot of Irish. There is references to the Battle of Clontarf and red tunics and stuff. I can imagine, and it's in the Brehon laws. So yeah, if you have a red tunic and you're planning on doing any reenactment for the Battle of Clontarf, you're more than welcome to wear that. And I just apologize to Susan because I have to give Susan a note slap with that one. Did women fight the Battle of Clontarf? No. That's a solid no. I'm sorry, Susan, to say that. We have laws specifically in place for the Battle of Clantarf that literally said no women, no children, no clergy. Get out of here. You're not welcome. They were specifically for the Battle of Clantarf put on the walls. Every single source highlights over and over again that the men were fighting in the Battle of Clantarf, and with children below the age of 14. If you were 14, you were getting into the Battle of Clantarf. There was no two ways about it. The moment that boy turned 14, whoop, sadly, he was put into the meat grinder, and that was that. But anyone below 14, members of the clergy and women, by law, which is in the early Irish laws, had to be put on top of the walls. And that's enforced after around the 7th to 8th century. Before the 7th and 8th century, there seems to be a good indication that women may have been a part of various conflicts and fighting that was going on. But especially after the 7th and 8th century, no. That specifically in law, women were shoved onto the walls. Sorry to say with that one. There may have been early on various Vikings, women that went into piracy in Ireland. That's in the possibility. However, when it comes down to the battle itself, sadly, there is no women that took part, and we know that solidly by between the laws and the fact that the literature itself highlights the fact that all women, children, and members of the clergy were put onto the walls itself. And to be honest with you, I don't think once the battle had started that anybody wanted to be a part of it, because I remember Citric, who's on the wall at the time, talks about how much of a meat grinder it was. It truly was a complete. It was horrendous to watch. Citric reports it from the walls itself. He talks about it like a sight. It was like watching a sight bring up all the wheat, the way it was like a meat grinder with all the blood and the guts going everywhere. It was horrendous to watch, according to Citric Silkenbeard, who was the king of Dublin at the time, watching the fight.
If I remember also, now, to answer also this question, because when it comes down to it, women were at this battle, unless you count Brian's daughter and Silkenbeard's little quarrel where he beat her in the jaw.
We're not talking about that one. We'll get kicked off. What was it called? Domestic abuse.
Domestic violence.
we can't go into detail about that one on YouTube. That's why we have Patreons, to go into these kind of details and conversations and stuff. There's a bit of a domestic abuse that happens on the walls of Clantarf between Citric Silkenbeard and his wife, because his wife supported Brian Brew, of course, her own father. So a bit of domestic abuse happens up there, but we won't go into too much detail about that today because of YouTube's algorithm and stuff. Just pushing on, if there's what questions we have. If I skipped one of your questions about that, guys, sorry about that because of the way it's popping up and stuff. On the leash, I would be on the leash because of YouTube's algorithm and stuff. I think how many died on the Battle of Clantarf? Around over 4,000 to 5,000 perhaps. And the reason why it turns into a complete mess is because the men fleeing get as far as the harbor area, the beach area, and then you see their boats, the water has come in and they can't get at their boats, and so there's no escape, and it turns into a complete massacre on both sides, by the way, because the Vikings then turn around and they're fighting to their death. So a lot of Irish people who were originally just butchering the Vikings end up, it turns into a separate massacre in itself on the beaches. So around 4,000 to 5,000 men possibly were, butchered on the battlefield of Clantarf, and also the beach of Clantarf as well afterwards. Oh yeah, that's why I wanted to cover on that side. So this is the main, if you look on the right side there, you can see that book, the Conan na Gael na Gaul, and in that one it's the Book of Invasions. Now the translation is a 19th century translation, and it's the translation is completely wrong because it makes out that it was an invasion by Danish and Norwegians. That's not what that what was it called? Translation is. The translation is the Irish against the foreign Irish, basically highlighting the fact that this was the rightful Gaelic people fighting against the men of Dublin. They didn't see the men of Dublin as being the rightful heirs to high kingship or anything like that at the time. And this was written in the 12th century when you have Murtagh Brain, the grandson of Brian Boru, who's trying to take over Dublin at the time. So he's basically saying that the kings of Dublin, they're not the rightful rulers of Dublin. The native Irish, not the new Irish that came in with the Vikings and stuff, they're not the rightful heirs. The native Irish, they're the rightful heirs. So that translation is not Danish and Norwegians against the Irish people. It's the Irish against the foreign Irish, the Gael versus the Gaul Gael. And that's kind of the first translation I have up there, which is Gaul Gael, which means, directly translated over, is men of Dublin, men of Waterford, men of Cork, men of Limerick, the foreign Irish, basically. The men who lived in cities and were very kind of mixed of various Scandinavians and Anglo-Saxons and various other people who immigrated into Irish cities. And then under that as well, the native Irish people would have been referred to as the people who live in the countryside, basically, would have been referred to as the Gaelic people. And they seen themselves as the proper natives to the island itself. But now you're going into that whole argument of, what it is to be Irish and stuff, which I'll try to avoid for the time being before we go back ahead. What is it called? Just under that word as well, I have Kern. I have both the Irish spelling and the Anglo spelling as well. The first and foremost there, you can see the English spelling, if you can see that one. I'm not sure if you guys can. Let's see if I can make that bigger. There we go. So first and foremost, you can see the Irish spelling, and then you can see the Anglo spelling of Kern, which basically means cattle raider. And they basically would have been young fellas between the age of 14 to 25 that had to go out there and do seasonal cattle raiding in Ireland. And they are the Fenian warriors. Just under that there, you have the Clina Éire, which would have been kind of the King's war band, which at the time would have been the Ree war band, which to the Vikings would have been the equivalent to the Jarl's war band, so the Earl's war band at the time. I didn't put in the Emperor's war band because I'm not quite sure what the Irish translation to Brian Boru's war band was, because in the literature itself, it's referred to as the men of Dalcash. Okay, so I couldn't find a specific word to say about the King's war band and stuff at the time, well, the Emperor's war band. So I kind of just left out that word, to be quite honest with you. And they would have been dressed, the Clina Éire, the King's war band would have been dressed exactly how Connor is dressed right now. So the main warriors of the war band is how Connor is dressed right now. So think of Connor as a Clí Éireann rather than a Kern or a cattle raider, okay? And what do I have here for last? Oh, yeah. And then I just wanted to highlight the fact that there's a lot of mistranslations as well when it comes down to the Norwegians. So Luklin, as you can see there, the second last word there is Luklin, and that translates over to Norwegians. So most of the time that word gets mixed up with the likes of, Fingal and Dovegal and all these kind of other words and stuff, which actually means new foreigner and old foreigner. These words get all mixed up and here, there, and everywhere. So the translation correctly is actually Luckland. Luckland is actually Norwegian, which we do see in the Battle of Clontarf. So in the Battle of Clontarf, we do actually see Norwegian mercenaries, and they're mercenaries. They're not invaders, okay? And they're hired by both sides. Both sides hire Norwegians and Icelanders, who at the time were Luckland, the men of Luckland. And then finally, we have Danes, Dun-Air, okay? So Dun-Air were the Danes who come in as well as mercenaries. Not as many as the Norwegians and the Icelanders were referred to as the men of Luckland, but we do actually have Danish mercenaries at the time as well, at that point. So I just wanted to cover those Irish references for anyone who's reading into the literature and stuff, and also wants the words that were used during the Battle of Clontarf for the various Irish warriors and also the Irish mercenaries.
So actually, I have a general question. The chronicles that document this event, are they contemporary? Are they relatively contemporary, or are we talking about decades or centuries later, or a combination thereof?
So the biggest problem with the Battle of Clontarf is that straight from the get-go, you have a lot of people talking about the Battle of Clontarf, but only having one-liners here. So even the courts of Charlemagne, they're aware that there's a big, massive bloodbath that happened up in Ireland. So pretty much everyone living in the West, they are aware of this, and they do make a comment of this happening. So everyone's pretty much aware of it, but it doesn't get into these bigger, finer details until around the 12th and 13th century. That's where we see these big, massive books like the Conan na Gael na Gael and other books like the sagas and stuff like Njal Saga and stuff. They then start talking years and years and years later. They will say, I am in these sagas and stuff. They'll turn around and identify who this person is. They'll say, my father is so-and-so, but my grandfather is famous because my grandfather fought in the Battle of Clontarf. And then they'll talk about the Battle of Clontarf. So it doesn't happen until like 3 generations afterwards, 4 generations, 5 generations. And then we have their great-grandchildren with these glorified interpretations of the Battle of Clontarf.
So then we therefore really need to take everything with a grain of salt. Yeah, got it.
100%. And the problem is, as well, if you're reading the likes of the Njal Saga as well, it's written around the 13th century. And the problem is they're talking about weapons of the 13th century, not of the Battle of Clontarf. So they'll talk about halberds and everything of the 13th century, but there were no halberds or pole arms or anything like that in the Battle of Clontarf. So you do have to really look at the kit and question, okay, so are we looking at their interpretation of the 10th century, or are we looking at the interpretation of the writer's version of what a battle is, you know? So very questionable stuff going on, even in the Njal Saga. And the problem is as well is that we are aware of missing sagas. So because of the way that people are writing in Ireland, they're kind of indicating that we're missing the Brian Boru saga and also the Dublin saga. So we have 2 major pieces of literature with a lot of information there, because they'll talk about the Battle of Clontarf and they'll turn around and say, but you already know this because of you know, the information in so-and-so. And it's like, I don't have the information from so-and-so. Could you please elaborate?
And who knows, maybe someday we'll be lucky and in some library in Austria, they will find a manuscript, like an 11th century Irish manuscript that provides that. Yeah. Or you know what we're finding, what they're increasingly finding is they're finding entire texts still preserved in vellum that have been written over. They were scraped clean and written over, but with the right imaging, you can still see the original text. So they're actually finding ancient texts like 2nd century AD Plato that they thought that we knew about but never had the text for. They're scanning a manuscript that ostensibly dates to the 11th century, and they're finding they can still see the ink, so they can actually still read the entire ancient document. So that could happen too. We just need someone to go through every single medieval manuscript and scan them and see what's hidden underneath. That's all. No big deal.
Hopefully. Then we'll find a lot of information that's been missing. Connor touched on this earlier on. I just wanted to go through some very basic weapons that you would have seen on the Battle of Clontarf, in particular the spear and the axe. Connor had briefly talked about it before. The one I have indicated here, it's very questionable if it would have been in the Battle of Clontarf. I think there would have been better professional battle axes designed specifically for killing rather than the bearded axe. So the axe that you see there on the right is called a bearded axe. And you would have, of course, seen it around 793 to 836 when you would have dealt with more kind of lower class people going on Viking raids to get rich. Okay, so you would have had the bearded axe at that period. However, it is possible people brought the bearded axe to the Battle of Clontarf, but I don't think it would have been as effective as, you know, if you had gone off and paid a blacksmith to make a killing weapon of a kind of more of a battle axe rather than a bearded axe, as you can see here, which is great for crafting. If you're going off crafting a ship or doing any form of woodworking, the bearded axe, amazing for that job. But I don't think you would have seen you would have seen it here and there, but not too much of it during the Battle of Clontarf itself. However, as you can see there, Connor has two axes which are specifically designed for killing, especially on the Battle of Clontarf that we were seeing. And I think that those two axes there were more likely to be seen for the Battle of Clontarf. So the bearded axe, I reckon you would have seen plenty of it very early on, between 793 to around 836. However, as we go up further, especially up to the very end of the Viking Age in Ireland, I think the bearded axe sort of became less and less.
Yeah, pretty much yes, because by the end of the Viking Age, the bearded axe had started to, well, as you can tell from that image and this image, you can tell that the beard gets a lot shorter. And that's because, one, it's like, well, because the bearded axe was originally a everyday tool. It was meant to, well, trim a said log. Because what you do with the bearded axe, you don't, because people think, oh, it's an axe, you use it for chopping. No. A bearded axe is meant for trimming. It's meant for pretty much making the board flat. So that way you can use it for tables. You can use it for, well, making a ship. And you use it for, well, making your shield or everything. It's meant to make it perfectly flat and perfect for that. But it can also be used to cleave in someone's head. But, and such, though, as we can understand, though it does depend on the bearded axe that you get from. Now, this model, as you can see, it's a different style of bearded axe. This was a utility bearded axe, which entirely is a lot different compared to what we understand from the Viking style bearded axes. And sometimes these were perfect for not just for everyday household utility work, but also perfect for fighting. Because as we can understand, this one has a pointed type of design, which means if I'm on the shield wall, I can use this as a makeshift sword to pretty much jab at someone's head, and which is very dangerous. Or as well, even hook behind someone's neck. I can hook their arm. I can hook their leg, which is the one thing you don't want to get hooked, because as soon as that's hooked, it's a good possible case that one, as soon as he hooks you and drags you out, your manberries are going to be fully exposed for someone to then jab and finish you off. Or worse off, you can have the guy end up doing that to your manhood. Right.
Yeah, and as I said before, I'm not playing life anymore. Just to go back into the comments section there, did Brian Boru die at the Battle of Clantarf? Do you want me to spoil the battle for you? You can, if nobody wants it spoiled, definitely head over to Bertie's channel, which you can find over at the bottom of my channel there if you click on it. But if you want spoilers, definitely comment in the thing below if you want me to spoil the Battle of Clantarf for you, because it's a huge twist at the battle. So if you don't want the battle spoiled, I won't say anything. And back over to Ryan there. Yeah, of course, like, subscribe, and do that for myself, Rachel, and definitely to Celtic Templar there. You can find all our links if you click onto my channel, go down to the very bottom, and you can find Rachel's channel, Creative Contessa, and you can find Connor's channel as well, which is the Celtic Templar. And also, so the bearded axe was for farmers. Yeah, basically, the bearded axe was a kind of a craftsman's tool, which you would have been seeing in farms, farmsteads, as they were calling them, and also in monastic areas when you're dealing with craftsmen and stuff. Don't get me wrong, they were like, if the bearded axes were being way out in the back trying to fix spears and stuff, so they were there. So if the opportunity was there, maybe, you know, you would have a craftsman, maybe. But then, like, would a craftsman really just hand over the the implement he needs for his various crafts and stuff?
I mean, so is this in Ireland? Is this the era of conscripts? Are we talking like basically any able-bodied man, no matter his profession, ends up out on the battlefield? You know, because that's true in certain parts of Europe in this era.
No, I think craftsmen definitely. Well, the craftsmen in Dublin would have had to be pulled out for the Battle of Clontarf and put out in the back and stuff. That's how I imagine it and stuff. And vice versa for Brian Brew and stuff. He definitely set up camp in the back. There's a camp in all of the literature. It talks about the camp at the back of the battle and stuff. So I think the Dalcash and the men of Onocta would have definitely brought the craftsmen and stuff with them. I don't think they would have fought in the front lines of the battle and stuff, but they were definitely there to provide
services,
help. Yeah, so various services and stuff. So they were definitely, especially with the way the camp was set up and stuff. Like, this camp wasn't, I know the battle and stuff happened all just in a day, but originally Brian Brew actually planned on staying there for the whole summer and siege Dublin. Things didn't end up like that. It turns into a complete and utter disaster for the winning side, believe it or not, because Brian Brew wins the battle. But if you want me to spoil it, I can. But it turns into a complete disaster and it collapses. So originally, Brian Brew was planning on bringing everybody over to Dublin and sieging Dublin and making a full show of this as well. It wasn't going to be a case of him just going in there, sieging, taking his plunder. No. He was going to make a complete show of this in front of the world. He had people, there were people from Charlemagne's court and everything who had come into this whole thing and was recording what was going on and stuff. So there was quite a big deal made out of this at the time. And if I just fly around there, okay. Just to also make a comment as well, I also highlight the spear. The spear is the most common weapon. You can see that in Connor's hand there, exciting as he is. The spear, obviously, I was saying before, there would have been different spearheads depending on the situation that was happening in front of them. According to a lot of historians that have looked at the archaeological reports in Dublin, dated to the William Wallace book, which I have here somewhere. Is the next slide. It's one of these slides, and I'll come back to it in a sec. But regardless, the spear is the number one most common weapon. So you would have seen a complete, on both formations, a whole load of shields, and then just over the shield down, the majority of people would have had spears. So a lot of spears on the whole sides. And you can see that also in a lot of the literature from the Tom Thule all the way through. They reference over and over again the amount of Irishmen that were exceptionally gifted with the spear. The spear was very romanticized because it was so well used in Ireland at the time. And also you would have had various specialists with various weapons, such as the Dane axe, the regular battle axe, the small single-handed axe, and also I think that's pretty much it. Oh, and also a good few people with swords as well, depending on the situation that was happening in front of them at the time.
But yeah, you would only go to your sword as a very last resort. Because if you lost your spear, that would be a big problem. But if you, say, had a secondary weapon like an axe, like tucked away on your belt, which you could always do, then you use that. But if you lost that, then you would go to your sword. And then even as well, there would also be accounts of, especially at Clantarf, there, which is one I have to mention, is that at the battle, some men actually, instead of drawing out their sword, they drew out a dagger or a small.
Yeah, because how close they were. Yeah.
Now, I pretty much I can already see in the comments now. We were like,
"Oh no,
are you using an everyday utility then?" Well, here's the thing, especially if you're pressed up against.
Yeah, they're pressed up against each other, squashed. And you have to remember as well, guys, this is a force of 4,000 men pressing up against each other, right? Most likely around 120 men. So at least around 120 pushing against another 120. You're sandwiched up, and the only thing you're pulling out is these daggers and knives and stuff. And as Connor has pointed out a good few times, the easiest way to get around if your hands are trapped and stuff is to start pointing at the groins. So you would have had lads stabbing and I just don't want to even play anymore.
The armpits, the groin, the legs, anything that you can get to, especially that the shield isn't covering, that is your biggest target. And my biggest target right now is my legs. My legs are the biggest target right now. But then you can say, oh, but you can go for the head. Here's the thing. Just because my head's exposed, the helmet keeps me perfectly safe. Mostly.
So a question from the comments, or no comment. Richard wants a spoiler.
Okay, so to answer your question, did Brian Boru die at the Battle of Clontarf? Yes. Afterwards, what happened is that lines had broken down, and a lot of Brian Boru's bodyguards wanted to get themselves some kills and loot. So they ran off and left Brian Boru unsupervised, just with the women. And so and this is getting very late. Actually, Brian Boru was planning on going to bed. He was actually doing his prayers and stuff and going off to sleep. And just as he's doing his prayers and stuff, a bunch of Norwegian mercenaries had made their way over to the camp itself, and I had actually butchered Brian Boru. Their names are actually quite famous. They weren't just random Norwegian, kind of men from the Isles, Norsemen. They were actually quite famous warriors at the time, and they had made their way into Brian Boru's camp, and they didn't even know who he was allegedly, and they chopped up Brian Boru, who was just an old fella. Got the axe, whacked him over the head, and tried to rob his stuff. But just as they were in the middle of mutilating Brian Boru, other men, Irishmen, came into the camp, got a hold of the two men, tortured them, got the ringleader, tore out his organs, and then made him walk around the tree until he was Broder. That's it, Broder of a man. He was the one that killed Brian Boru. They got him, cut out his entrails, and then made him walk around the tree until eventually he was able to tie himself up with his own entrails and bled out, basically. Horrific way to die.
Who wrote that down and when? Because, that sounds like one of these things that's been augmented with the telling over time. That really sounds a lot more like a 13th century thing to do than a 11th century thing to do.
Because it's definitely around, yeah, you're right. Like it would have been a period definitely around the period of 1103. It definitely is recorded around 1103 that would have happened. And that's just the period around the Crusades and stuff as well. So the Irish, if you're thinking it's from a Christian reference, there's a good chance that happened. What happened to Olaf Peacock? Olaf Peacock was a famous Hiberno-Scandinavian. He died of old age. He went to Ireland, fought in the Irish wars and stuff, and because he was related to the Email around 940 and stuff, he was given. They wanted to give him, the High King of Ireland at the time wanted to give him a kingship in Ireland. Some people alleged, according to the sources and stuff, said he wants to give him the Irish kingship, but I think it's a mistranslation and stuff. I think they just wanted to give him the Norwegian version of a Jarl, an Earl title, which was king at the time. And I think that's what causes the confusion and stuff, because a lot of people get bogged down with the word king in Ireland, which is Ree. There's actually a lot of ranks just above that as well, which is kind of like, for example, Reroic, which would be kind of like an over-king of like a confederation of various Tuatha groups, tribe groups and stuff. And then on top of that as well, Brian Boru himself was even higher again, and he just outright referred to himself as Emperor of the Scots, So there is, power dynamic that goes up higher than a basic king. Like a king would be in Ireland, which is Ri, which is R-I Fada. That would be the equivalent of, in this period, would be the equivalent of a Jarl or an Earl. So basically, by looking at the literature and stuff, in my interpretation, Olaf Peacock was offered the title of a Jarl or an Earl by the High King of Ireland at the time. And he wants to go back to Iceland at the time. his war band that he brought with him from Iceland, they were tired. They had made all their loot, they had made all their money, and they wanted to go back to Ireland at the time. So there's the little spoilers and stuff. But all of Peacock definitely worth reading and stuff, and definitely reading from the sources and understanding the literature at the time, because both all of Peacock and the Battle of Clontarf, it can get a bit funny, especially from the interpretation 200 years later. The way that the language is written and stuff can get very, very confusing. And that's why so many professional academics will literally have arguments and debates on what each one of the meanings and stuff is. Oh yeah, that's where I have. Okay, so any other questions and stuff off you guys before I start talking about helmet? Well, we kind of touched on this, but I kind of just wanted, I have the picture here. First and foremost, on the left side, you have a basic gammonsin, which you would have been seeing in Ireland at the time. Are you wearing gammonsin? Oh, he's got the one on. He's wearing it. So on the left side, we have a basic woolen gammonsin, which is basically, it's made of wool and it's just padded over and over again. A lot of people have this idea of them wearing leather armor, which is very controversial, especially with the literature and stuff, which we're still trying to, we're still trying to get finds to back, what do they mean by leather armor? And on top of that as well, we're still trying to decipher what the Irish interpretation is at the time. But we don't know about leather armor, but we solidly know about gammonsin. So gammonsin, padded armor, which is so insanely easy to make, was most likely the most used item at the time. So definitely you would have had gammonsin on. And then on top of your head then to cover it, you would have had an arming cap. So then you put on your arming cap, which is basically a padded cap that you put on over that to cover the, especially around the neck area, because the fashion at the time is trying to get in with decapitation and stuff. So we have a lot of that stuff going on, especially with cattle raiding and stuff happening in Ireland. And then on top of that, again, we can see, as Connor has it as well, the nasal helmet. So you put on your arming cap, and then over that again, you put on your nasal helmet. And the arming cap is brilliant because if I get a nice blow on top of your head, although the blade can't penetrate through the nasal helmet, it can cause you to have blunt trauma, CTE, to the head. To prevent that, or at least render it down a wee bit, you don't want to put your arming cap on first. So it causes, stops you from getting that sudden dizziness to the head when you get a good smack into the head. Not completely, but, it does help, to be quite honest with you.
Exactly. Okay. But most of the time, though, during that point in time, especially at the Battle of Clontarf, more than half the time, these coifs, they weren't like what we understand, like they covered the face and such. No, they were mostly up here covering the coconut part of the head, not the coconut part of not anything else. Because unfortunately, we don't see that until later parts of the later centuries and such. So because as you can see with me wearing a helmet, it looks like immediately though. Oh, let me hang on. Put that in there like so. Because when I'm wearing it like this, it looks like, oh, you're not wearing any arming cap. But in fact, the thing is, the arming cap was already inside the helmet. This actually adds, and the thing is, these were real good at shock absorbing type blows. Now, though, I do want to add, there are accounts that even when it came to wearing aventail, that sometimes aventail was attached to an extension of the said coif piece. But unfortunately, we don't have much evidence to point out to that, sadly.
And just on top of that as well, just to highlight once again that this is not chainmail, it is not buttered mail. This is riveted mail. And both in the Norwegian sources at the time and in Irish sources, as you can see up to the top there, with the words that we have, it highlights the fact over and over again that this is riveted mail. And then both in Norwegian laws and Icelandic laws, and also in Irish laws as well, it highlights the importance of looking after riveted mail, and how important riveted mail was for Irish society, because not everyone could afford riveted mail. This was basically for very successful, wealthy mercenaries, wealthy war bands, and also for the likes of the kings and upwards. These are the kind of people that would have afforded riveted mail, and not chain mail, not buttered mail. And as you can see here, if you look on the picture on the left side, you can see it's riveted together. It is not chained together and it's not butted together. It is riveted together. So you would have had, as Rachel said the other day, so a professional that would have spent hours, especially the whole winter of Clantarf. He would have spent the whole winter of Clantarf endlessly. He probably went mad in the head, to be quite honest with you, just riveting endlessly Clantarf, because what was happening. They spent a year putting their money together to buy as much armor as possible. And as you can clearly see, Conor wearing as well. That's all riveted. That's referred to as riveted and not chain mail. Okay.
In fact, I think the word chain in terms of chainmail doesn't enter the English language until the 18th century. So it's well past the era that mail is a part of a soldier's gear, right? So that's a term that the concept doesn't even exist in the Middle Ages, basically, chainmail. So try not to call it chainmail, everyone. Yeah. Just call it mail. If you
Exactly. Or at least riveted mail, because I know techniques in Africa and also in the Middle East and Asia, techniques can be different. But I don't specialize in Africa, Middle East, or Asia. So when people bring up these different techniques and stuff, I'll be honest with you, it's way out of my understanding of stuff in medieval history. I specialize in Ireland, and it's mostly riveted mail. So I mostly use riveted mail. And you can see here the two words I have up both in Irish and in Norse. They constantly highlight riveted mail. That's riveted mail. Okay. Oh, yeah. So back over to the comment section there. I got a nice one off Clans and Dynasty, Mihal over in Clans and Dynasty, who turns around and says, wait, someone famous in medieval Ireland died of old age. There's a reason. I was actually thinking that when I was reading about, what was his name? Olaf the Peacock. I noticed that he wants to go back to Iceland. And I was thinking to myself, maybe he wants to get back to Iceland because he doesn't want to get chopped. Maybe he wants to go off to the middle of nowhere in Iceland, because this is the point where he is starting to get old. Like the Irish are kind of like, oh, join a piece of land there. And the thing is about land and stuff in Ireland, people expect you to be fighting up in the front line. And when you're starting to get old, so it's like, no, I think I'll go for retire there up in Iceland, Right. And what else do we have here? Some Dave. Y'all should look at Brehon Academy's recent interview with the man. His free construction. It is Dave the Irish Chariot. That's the man you're looking up there. Is Dave the Irish Chariot. I've done a few shows and stuff in the past with Dave the Irish Chariot. He's a quite interesting fellow. All right, really, really, really knows his stuff. He said a few things. All right, I found interesting. He was very much questioning a lot of academics, which I did find funny, to be quite honest with you, because although he's not qualified, he did spend a lot of time working with Dr. Kevin Moore and stuff, and also worked with University College Cork for a while as well. So I thought it was very interesting that he said he wanted us to question academics, which I fully agree with, by the way. I think you should definitely question academics as much as possible, but understand the literature first, of course. So I do agree with him. I'm just interested to why he was highlighting the fact that, hey, look, we should be questioning the academics more when it comes down to chariots and stuff. So I am interested in what he was saying there. So I'll see what I can do with Kevin with the Brehon Academy and stuff, and see if we can get a chat on to do with chariots.
I feel like there's a gap between academics and living historians, right? Practitioners of living history, right?
Yeah.
Academics often get stuck in their books, metaphorically speaking, or for real, and they forget to actually go out and try to experience these things about which they're reading in as accurate a method as we can, given modern constraints. But and because of that, there can often be a gap in the way that a purely academic textbook historian will interpret archaeology and sources versus experimental archaeologists or living historians who are actually trying to use these objects for real. So I think that's decreasing. The gap between those two worlds is slowly, increasingly converging and overlapping. And I think there just needs to be more of that. So I don't disagree with him in kind of as a general overview. I wish more historians would actually get into the living history side just so they understand their subject a little more viscerally.
Oh, 100%. I definitely agree with that one. And just popping on to the next one before I go back to the comment section and stuff. That's why you shoved on, Connor. I noticed you put on your helmet and stuff. And on the left side, sorry, the right side, we have that find from Norway. And you've put on that helmet to it with the riveted mail as well. So, yeah, Connor was reading my mind with that one. So, guys, if you want to know, basically, if you're a high noble and stuff, the way that Connor is dressed now, that's exactly the way that you would have had the high nobles at the time with that Norwegian helmet on. I wouldn't say that's not the Norwegian find. That one's not based on the Norwegian find, is it?
No, this is actually just a regular nasal helm design. But this would still be used by noblemen. In fact, this would be pretty much show off and such. Now, the Aventail, now this is Aventail and such. This type of Aventail I put up all the way over the nasal guard and such. What could also happen is sometimes there could also leave the face exposed with the nasal guard. Other times they're like, hey, I want this to show off my face. I want to breathe. Or it's like, yeah, I don't want this thing to go right in my face. I want this Aventail as high as you can get, but let me also be able to see. And sure enough, you get that type of design. Now, this is a heavy-duty one because this would be used by noblemen. This is like 14-gauge steel. And this is heavy-duty compared to this nasal helm, which is not as sturdy because the majority of this is somewhere around 18 and 16-gauge steel. And that's because of its design shape, as we can see. The design is more of a narrow design. This narrow design allows the blade to deflect side of the head. So in doing so, it's like, why is it shaped like this? Each helmet has a certain shape and design. Reason being, if a weapon, say for example, comes at this, it doesn't matter if it's a lower steel quality. The design of it will cause it to deflect to the side. This is why we see a lot of helmets like this in Scotland, for example, that have this narrow design point, especially upward, because one, it's made out of lesser quality steel, but that doesn't mean that it isn't bad. This means that one, it's taking that and they're like, hey, you know what? If this is bad steel, we're going to modify this to the point that, hey, this will help the guys survive, at least, from a downward chopping blow. Because one, from historical images that we find throughout the centuries, there are multiple accounts of people just doing this, especially to the head. And this is the one thing you want to do to the head, especially if you have your head exposed. So because of that, it deflects to the side, compared to this model that doesn't actually do that as well. Because let me get together, because as you see, there's a lot sharper type of steep
it's a flatter surface area, so it invites a blow to land more cleanly than to skitter off. Yeah,
exactly. Now we do see that even in some other designs and such as with some Irish that preferred to go without the nasal guard entirely, and they're like, yeah, this might be cheaper, and this is also made out of 18-gauge steel or 16-gauge, what have you, because it's mixed, but in such, it's the same type design. It still causes the said blow to deflect to the side, compared to this 16-gauge model, which is rounder. And in such, this will immediately be dead city for anybody that is like, no. Because this helmet I would wear for like later centuries and such, like as a secret helmet, as it's called. But during this time, it's called a bowl helmet or skull cap, and these were just these were like low quality most of the time, and unfortunately, I've had this for years now, and I myself have gotten hit in the head once while I wear this. Luckily, it was with a blunted reenactment sword, but still, it did leave a ringing a little bit, which that will horrify anybody to realize that it's like ringing. You heard a ringing when you got hit? Yeah, it's that horrifying to know that this will somewhat protect you, but not really. But with the Nordic style cultures and such, but we do start to see them go from this design to a cheaper quality design, which is like, because not every Hiberno-Norse or Viking wore this design. Because by this point in time, this helmet is starting to go out of favor. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't still used. In fact, some of these were actually decorated in designs, depending on the wealth and status of the user. For example, this type of model, this explains it also. This would be of a high detail and quality. Now, in such, though, this is another one I do want to point out here. Many people immediately think, why does it have cheek plates? Why does it have all this design? Simple. A nobleman or whatever, he wants to stand out. He wants to make himself be known in the field of battle. He's like, hey, here I am. Come rally to my side. Or it's like, hey, there's the enemy commander. Let's fight him. And it's like, uh-oh. But we also have accounts of this with Brian Boru's son, Murchad, when he fought at the Battle of Clontarf. Now, we've actually discussed, me and Philip have actually discussed this and such. Now, I want to explain this one to you all very detailedly because unfortunately, due to historical written accounts, there are mixed results to what we understand what this helmet looked like. All of us know that it was golden with gems or something like a golden line with gems, exactly as you see the image here. People think, oh, it looked like that. It looked like gold with a central ridge down the line. And it's like, I don't think so, because it looked like because pretty much people think it would look like this Roman style helmet. It's like, not exactly. Because what it would have most likely looked like would have been this big bastard here. Which, now, the reason I'm bringing this one up, imagine it without these cheek guards. Immediately, we see a central ridge, golden trim. Now, all we had to do is add a couple of gems on this, and immediately that would sound identical to what this would have looked like, just without this these side pieces. Because, as we can understand, this would be perfect for Murchad to have worn on the field of battle.
Yeah.
But the thing is, though, we don't have any surviving examples. Because one, a high king's helmet or something like that, or a nobleman's type of helmet. But the problem is, that would be the best understanding. Because one, we do see some sort of symbols like this in other areas around that time. The problem is, we don't, a lot of people think, nope, it looks like this Roman helmet. It's like, no, that doesn't make any sense. No.
Because this find is actually from the 5th century, and don't get me wrong, I do believe that the likes of Niall of the 9 Hostages and stuff would have had a helmet perhaps similar to the one in the photo we have above. But the reason why myself and Connor selected this photo above is because of the jewels that are in it. And we look at the literature, it refers back to, as we said, Murtagh Ibrian, who has, Murtagh MacBrien, who has jewel studs in his helmet, which would have been more similar to, if I go on to the next one, next one again, that's the Lewis helmet. So it would have been similar, because we can see this style helmet from around the 7th century all the way up to the Battle of Clontarf. We can see these style helmets appearing. And so we imagine, myself and Connor actually imagine this style of helmet that we can see from Britain, Norway, and various other places in the the Western style world. We can see these helmets appearing again and again and again. So what we're imagining is one of these style helmets, just with jewels inside of it and various other designs and stuff. So when we're looking at the description for Murdoch MacBrien, we're myself and Connor are imagining this, to be quite honest with you.
Exactly.
Just going over to the comments section. I had a comment there and it's gone on. Oh, 1 second. Sorry about this, guys. Oh, yeah. So, did Brian Boru have any other sons other than Murdoch MacBrien? Sadly, a lot of his sons were actually killed on the beach. So, what happened is that you had the Vikings who are running away from battle. They're losing the battle. A lot of them freak out. They start to run. Some of them are getting chopped up in the back as they're running. But what happens is they try to get onto their boats. The sea has come in and their boats have gone out. And so a lot of them end up trapped on the beaches as the Irish come on top of them. So they decide to start fighting back. And you see, the problem is the likes of Murdoch MacBrien, for example, has gone up forward away from the formation itself. So he's easy target. He ends up getting chopped up, and so do a few other Irish nobles end up getting killed while fighting the Vikings on the beach, who are fighting to the death at this point. Eventually, the men on the beach get circled and chopped up by the men of Ireland. So a lot of Brian Boru's sons were killed. The only surviving son that he has is Domhnall MacBrien. Now, the problem with Domhnall MacBrien is his mother is against Brian Boru. So straight away, Domhnall MacBrien ends up making allegiances with the men of Dublin after the battle. And there's a lot of, political-wise, there's a lot of fixeroo, especially pretty much at this point then, Brian Boru's wife, who's Domhnall MacBrien's mother, she does a lot of manipulating and control because her sons end up taking over the south of Ireland. She ends up having sons. She in her lifetime had sons she was married 3 times, and she has a good few sons, and her sons end up dominating the politics in the south and west of Ireland at the time. So between the jigs and the reels, she ends up becoming one of the most populous women in Ireland, and definitely a woman that more and more people need to do study and research into. Her name, no, guys are going to be asking who her name is, and her name's gone completely over my head right now, unless Connor remembers her. What's that? Gormla. My wife remembered it. No problems there. So, yeah. So, Gormla of Leinster, she's the one who's running the show after Brian Boru dies, and her sons end up taking over from Connacht to Munster to Leinster to the lands of Oshuga. Pretty much the entire west and south of Ireland at the time gets dominated by Gormla after the Battle of Clontarf. So she's really the woman that is the one that wins the battle, the Game of Thrones, basically the uncrowned Queen of Ireland, you would say. So yeah, is there anything else you want to build on that as I'm going through the comment section there, Connor, on helmets and stuff?
Well, we did skip the Lewis adjustment set, I guess.
Oh yeah, just go back there. There you go.
Now, pretty much everyone now, people think and take a look at this, they immediately think, wait, this was actually used in the 12th century, yes, but we also have accounts of it also in the 11th century, mainly because we have accounts of said cheek plates that actually deflected sword blades. And this is of a nasal guard it said that it caught into the said nasal part of the helm and the said guard of the cheek. So we can interpret that as one, cheek plate, and nasal. So they do give a good description. They kind of give a very hard way to explain it, though. But yes, because when it comes down to historical accounts, yes, even the nasal guards and such, there were various designs. And unfortunately, though, we don't know all of the designs because there were some that had aventail, like that were just half of the helmet. Other accounts, they're just one design in feature. But unfortunately, there were multiple designs for every person because every person preferred one design helmet over another. And unfortunately, though, we don't have a lot of evidence, to say the least, but because if you go to Northern Ireland, like the region of Ulster and the parts of the Western Isles of Scotland, most likely you would find these helmets designs. One, they were pretty much of the region, but that's the thing. It depended on the region they were from. Like Munster would have theirs, Ulster would have theirs, Connacht would have theirs. It would depend on where they were from. because it depended on like one, the wealth, two, the cultural exchange, and pretty much everything else, depending on how it would be leading up to it.
So I actually have a pragmatic question, or a practical question, not pragmatic. Practical question. The nasal guard always strikes me as a really insufficient form of defense for your face. So how effective is that nasal guard at protecting your face, your eyes, etc.? Like why the nasal guard and not something more?
Well, this is actually a very good question, because most people think, oh, the nasal guard, it's not there to do anything. Is this meant to look cool? It's like, no, it's a good form of armor. Now, a lot of times, though, some of these were actually widened, or as well even made longer to even go as far as to protect the throat. But the problem with that is when you look down, you'll accidentally just pretty much, well, let's say, for example, my finger is an extension of the nasal piece. Well, what happens is if you look down, you would pretty much probably impale yourself into your skin, which is the worst thing you want. But the nasal guard does do a perfect job at deflecting certain weapons, because a lot of times these were actually reinforced mostly right here. Because as I said, this was of the weaker quality steel, but while here and here would be a lot more reinforced steel to prevent a certain blow to the skull, especially right to your face, which is the worst thing you want, because this is more open, and this is what you got to worry about. The moneymaker is what you got to worry about, because as soon as that hits here, you know you're safe. Even if it's slightly dented in, you're still safe enough to keep fighting. Because if you were one of them people that, like some people of the Gaelic Irish, who did not have a nasal piece, there's a good possible chance that blow would go right for your skull.
I mean, yeah, so without is definitely a bad plan, but so basically the nasal guard acts as a deflection, and I'm going to assume then that, most of the weapons being used, as we've discussed, the various kinds of axes, their blades are big enough that there's not enough exposed for them to really get in past the guard, and with the cheek pieces too, obviously.
Exactly, because especially with this model, as you can see, the cheek plates add a little more reinforcement, but sadly, my cheekbones stick out, so that kind of doesn't help much.
You won't die. It'll suck. It will just suck.
I'll pretty much have a loss of teeth on this side if it happens.
Whatever, man. Mushy food is a thing.
Like, say, for example, with the nasal guard and such, like if my shield is up like this adds perfect protection, especially in the shield wall. People think, oh, this won't do much, but you got now a very limited target now, because all you got, like, say, for example, if I didn't have the cheek plates, all you would have is this. And as soon as you come for a blow, all I got to do is this. I just got to lift the shield slightly, or I can just extend it outward. That's all I need to do. Because
I keep forgetting this is a shield era, because, I'm really 14th, 15th century, and knights are no longer fighting with shields, right? Like they've mostly moved away from shields, so they need something that's going to protect their face for them. But you're right, when you combine the nasal, the cheek pieces plus shield, it's pretty protective, isn't it?
Exactly. And plus, the shields would not be like this, pressed up against the body like you see in movies. We don't start seeing that until they're pressed up against each other in the shield wall. Like, say, for example, their two shield walls are pressed up against each other. Because that's the only time we start to see that. Like, they're like pushing each guy across. Most of the time, it was mostly a shield sticking out like such. This adds perfect protection, because one is like, now it's like, coming at me, bro, and it's like, as soon as you thrust, I just lift, and I can easily deflect and stab forward and such. But that's the thing with the nasal guard; it was perfect for this style of warfare.
Right.
Right, just popping back over to the comments section there, because there's a lot of questions for Connor there. First and foremost, guys, if you're looking for Connor to zoom in, what specifically do you want Connor to zoom in? Do you want to look at the rivets for Connor?
So I actually myself wanted a closer, like if you could come closer to the camera, because honestly, especially on our screen, you're like Yeah, that's
There we
probably
go.
that's better. Yeah, and then yeah, so there's the rivets, but they
So that's the
probably just want to
rivets
see the
there.
helmet in more detail too. Honestly, the helmet in more detail.
Hmm.
Yeah, see, there we go. Yeah, that's the
So
money shot. There it is. Oh, baby.
there it is. Right. So
Oh,
if there's anything you guys want to see, that one's gorgeous. All right. And you got padded under there
Yes.
as
look at
well, do
those
you?
eyebrows. Those eyebrows are so
Oh,
sexy.
wow.
Yes,
Those are
monobrow for the
gorgeous.
win.
Yeah. But you could definitely imagine that at the Battle of Clantarf on both sides.
Exactly.
Absolutely spectacular. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. If there's anything else you guys want me to zoom into, I can get into that. Absolutely no problems. And just Dave Jones, I sorry about that, man. I skipped over your question by accident. Yeah, you're completely right there, Dave. Is the fact that a lot of Irish monks did actually live. Even Brian Boru himself, he was going up to around 70 or 80 when he died at the Battle of Clantarf. Like he was born around the era of 960, around that whole era and stuff. And like Brian Boru, when he was small, like the main focus was actually Irish invasions of England, like Irish of both the ENL Confederation and of the men of Dublin were invading into the north of England. By the time Brian Boru is an adult, the main fighting is happening in Ireland, you know. So Brian Boru lived in different eras. It's literally like going from the Victorian era into the era of World War II, and then from World War II into the swinging 60s and stuff. You know, Brian Boru was a multi-generational man who lived in different eras and stuff. Like he remembers when Vikings were
Right.
Vikings. By the time he's an old man, these aren't Vikings anymore. These people speak perfect Irish. They're dressing as Irish people. Yeah, sure, there's fashion waves coming in and stuff from Norway, but you know, Vikings just ain't Vikings anymore. You know, that's what Brian Boru is an old man too. So you're bang on right that a lot of people did live up to, especially the monks, lived up to the age of 70 or 80. Right, I'll be jumping between the comment section and the PowerPoint presentation, so definitely keep it up there, guys.
Ooh.
And obviously, you can see there these are
Spurs.
finds up
Those are
in Norway.
spurs. Aren't those spurs?
Oh, I'm not quite sure. I think they were found as a set up. This is dated to about the 10th century. Maybe
Those are
Connor can
stirrups
get
and
into more
spurs,
detail
aren't
about
they?
that as well.
Yeah, those are spurs and stirrups.
Yeah.
Yeah. This might be late 11th century, so probably not as much as the Battle of Clontarf as we know it.
I think this one's it got being multi-generational or something
Yeah,
because the
the
sword
is
itself
the sword
and
is
the
accurate.
helmet.
Mail
Yeah.
semi-accurate because the mail tunic and such, but the spurs and the stirrups, not as much. Now for the spearhead, I can barely make that out, but yeah, I would have to say that's actually probably accurate to the time of Clantarf as well. But that's about it. Yeah.
So we're definitely, we're definitely questioning the spurs and stuff as well because I know in Ireland we don't. This is a Norwegian find. And I know in Ireland, people are not being buried with spurs and stuff because of the fact they're dealing with hobbler horses and stuff, where you kind of just hop on the back and just go off if they're not using chariots and stuff as well. So none of this has been used in Ireland. This kind of equipment and stuff doesn't come into Ireland until around the arrival of the Normans, and that's where we start to see this kind of equipment. It's mostly hobbler men with the horses and stuff. That's what you mostly see in Ireland at the time. And this is even more details and stuff of the stuff that we have. If you look at the photo of on the left, this photo was taken by Dave Swift, and it's a photo with me with his sword as well. That's Dave Swift's sword, which is based on the replicate of the clan. What was it? The Clantarf sword. So this was actually found on the battlefield of Clantarf. So was it used on the Battle of Clantarf? We're not completely sure, but there's a good chance it was. Connor, you have the Clantarf sword as well, do you?
Yes, I have a design identical
Oh,
to
you
it,
do?
but this
Nice.
is a model that was actually based in the region of of Ireland, but it wasn't discovered at Clontarf. This would have actually been discovered somewhere near Ulster. I want to bet. I think it was Ulster. I could be wrong about this one. So, but yeah, the sword design, as you see, it's completely plain. There is no because by this point in time, only a high nobleman would have had that design pattern in the said hilt and guard, because one, if you could afford it, then yes, but if you couldn't, then it's like, not so much. But the majority of the swords that we could see on there at Clontarf, Irish swords were a lot different from what we understand, because especially with Brian Boru. Now, Brian, now originally Irish swords, or Gaelic Irish swords, they were shorter than these. Like, they were very short compared to the Viking style swords, as we see with this. Like, this is a proper blade length of an Irish sword, while Irish swords differed depending on the wealth. Now, I'm going to use my sticks here to prove my point, because this would be the proper blade. This would have been the actual blade of Gaelic Irish swords compared to Nordic style swords, as we understand. So why is this? It's kind of because, one, the quality of the metal, some say, some other people say that they preferred the lightweight strikes and blows, especially. But Brian, he says, hey, if we're going to beat these guys, we got to adopt their weapons and equipment, use it against them, and win these fights.
Oh, but now you're going into Colin's argument and debate, because Colin recently, in the last 2 years, has been arguing that the Frankish-style swords were already in Ireland by, 750, when you have connections between Ireland and the Charlemagne court with the Hiberno Charlemagne finds, that you have Frankish-style swords already in Ireland. So, yeah, like, there's a lot of people, a lot of historians that do take your side as well, Connor. But it's the Colin debate, which will start getting more and more exciting over the next few years and stuff. Especially when dealing with Frankish swords in Ireland. Like, were they brought over? Because definitely by the time you get up to the Battle of Clontarf, there's no doubt that the majority of the trade coming onto the island of Ireland was coming in from the Hiberno-Scandinavians, the Irish Vikings. So it's definitely from that connection it was coming in. But originally, around 793 to 836, Colin is arguing right now, was it originally a part of the the Hiberno Charlemagne finds that are coming in between Ireland and Brittany? There was allegedly a connection between Brittany going up to where Slane is today, which was very close to Dublin as well. And that as the likes of Ivor the Boneless comes in and all of the white, that there's a transition, not a complete kind of warring transition, but probably a kind of agreement going on between Mael Shocknell I and the likes of Aid, Deep-Minded, and all of the white and Ivor the Boneless, that there may have been more of a diplomatic transition of trade rather than just a full-on physical war going on in there. Because before that, you have Turgus, who goes in there with his 120 Norwegians, and he ends up getting captured by Mael Shocknell I, and he's drowned, he's killed off. So invasions of trying to take territory on land had failed by the men of Luckland at that point. So it's still in the realm of debating which way these weapons and stuff were brought onto the islands. But at the same time, it's not like you're just, Connor's making this up from thin air. There's still so many historians that solidly have no problems right now taking Connor's side, that it was more of a Norwegian introduction rather than a Frankish introduction. So it'll definitely be interesting in the next few years to see which way the argument
exactly, because this argument has gone on for decades and decades. It's like ever since the swords were found, it's like, hey, these swords are probably Norwegian. Hey, no, wait, these swords are Frankish. And it's like, oh god. And as you get the two of these people in the same room together, there is either one, a fist fight, or two, a bloodbath. And
yeah, because they're having the same argument and debate over in England. But to be honest with you, I find it quite exciting, to be honest with you. Which way, are these finds and stuff going? Where do they originate from? Norway or was it the Frankish territories of Charlemagne? So it is a quite interesting debate. Just popping over to my PowerPoint there as well, I have different spearheads there, and I just wanted to highlight that during the Battle of Clontarf, people would have used different types of spearheads depending on the situation that they had in front of them. As I pointed out at the very start, if you're dealing with someone who's too stupid to bring any armor with him because he decided he'd trade his mother's Gammon for a bit of alcohol, he's going to have more of a leaf head spear that you can see there, the third spear there, used to penetrate into flesh and stuff. But as you're getting into more gammon mail, you're going to have more kind of pointier heads until the second last one there, that kind of pretty much a needle pin of a spear that's there designed to get in between the riveted mail. So that second last one there is used for riveted mail. And because we find so many of them in Dublin, it indicates that not only are we dealing with cattle raiding warfare, which is, people running around with pretty much no armor on, to full-on conventional style warfare, it indicates that Ireland does all types of warfare and that they would have adapted depending on what the situation was in front of them, which makes sense to the literature, because we have to remember the literature says that there's people rocking up with chariots with different types of arrowheads that we can see at the bottom and spearheads depending on the situation that's in front of them. So I decided I'd depict that, as you can see there. I'm just going to pop into the toilet there, lads. If you want to elaborate on anything else, you're more than welcome to do so. I know Connor there is buzzing to get ready. So I'll just pop off there just for a quick second there as you guys elaborate on that.
But you were talking about that, fighting with the spears like they were swords, and that spearhead you have in your hand is pretty sword-like.
Yes, this is sadly a pike version, but this is as close as the model I can get for it. So, because I don't have the boar head spear for a regular one-handed use. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is a boar head. Now, many people are going to wonder, why is it called a boar head spear? This little device right here, as we see, is one. We would have to worry. Now, many of you don't know how boar hunting is done in the medieval era. You don't go and shoot it with a bow. That's the last thing you want to do. Because one, that's a good possible chance that thing is going to come charging right at you. And the last thing you want to do, what you have to use the boar spear, what you have to do is hunt down a boar with, spears. You got to, corner it and such. And the boar spear is one of the most horrifying things out there. Now, people think, what's it supposed to do? Bludgeon the guy to death? Not exactly, but that's a close idea. But what you would actually use this, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. But what would happen is a boar would charge up the spear. Like, say, for example, if I had a spearhead like this and I was going boar hunting, this would be a bad idea. Because one, the boar would immediately go up the spear and down the shaft and still gore you, compared to a boar head like this, which this would prevent the boar from going any further up the spear shaft, which is one thing you need when you go hunting. And they're like, hey, we can also use this in fighting. So many of you are going to be like, how the hell are you supposed to use these in fighting? Well, simple. You would use it to pretty much grab a hold of sometimes the shield. It would grab the shield like such, dragging it open. And as soon as that happens, it makes it a perfect thrust capability. Such as, for example, which don't use it at home, ladies and gentlemen. What happens is, as soon as the shield is open, I would then have enough room to then thrust forward and into the opponent, which is the last thing you would want to have happen to you. Which sometimes this would help, especially when it comes to the shield wall formation. The guy's dead. Now you can actually cause a breach in that shield wall formation. However, this could also be a problem for the user if he's attacking you. So, say for example, I'm in a shield wall. Like, I don't know if anybody's even watched this show anymore or whatever, or even watches reruns. But the series Vikings, for example, proves something like it. I believe it was season 1 of the Vikings. There are sagas that actually state of men grabbing a hold of the spear, like so, and yanking it forward, pulling the man out of his ranks and into theirs and killing him in the process. And most of the time, the boarhead kind of seems like that would be the best option, because one, this would prevent the spear from going back and slicing your fingers off, which is the one thing you don't want. So yeah, Now, also, sometimes when it came to the battlefield, especially when the ranks are broken up, sometimes spear shafts were broken on the field of battle, and you're crawling away trying to grab whatever item just to save yourself. It's like you just stab at an opponent. And sometimes there are accounts of even men throwing the broken end at their opponent of their spear, and it's like as a last ditch effort just to scare the guy to lift his shield up before you jump on him. But
I couldn't get past the makeup, bad hair, and leather in Vikings. So like the first 2 minutes, I turned it off.
And it's so annoying because it was Barry Gaynor and Fingal were hired for the reenactment for the first season, and Barry Gaynor turned around and said, "Hey guys, do you want us to wear our Viking kit? We won't charge anything extra." And they turned around and says, "Oh, they won't look Viking enough." Because that was the image that people had in their head, was biker gear and, furry, the big fur around
leather
their neck and
fur.
stuff. Yeah.
Leather and fur.
And so because it was in Barry Gaynor's contract, he had to do the first year, and that was the same with the likes of Dave Swift and the other lads and stuff. So they had to do the first year all in that black leather and stuff. And after that, the lads were gone and stuff, and it was the same. Don't get me wrong, there was so much good stuff the Viking TV show had done. But still today, you still have lads who worked for the show, worked throughout all the seasons and stuff. Still kind of looking at the kit going, but still argued and debated, because the public have that image of, what was it, bike leather armor and fur up on the top and stuff.
Yeah.
It's
Biker
the
Vikings.
image that says, it's
Biker Vikings.
Just not my cup of tea, to be quite honest with you. But at the same time, it's a difficult one to say, because the Viking TV show had funded and done so much good for us. At the same time, it's like, I don't like bitching about it too much.
Please enlighten me on the good part, because all I see is they completely destroyed people's perception of the Norse.
When it comes down to Viking events in Ireland and stuff, you can ask Paul about this. They helped us out so much when it came down to running actual historical events in Ireland at the time. Obviously, our tourism was booming because the TV show was being done in Ireland. And also, see all the ships that we were having for the Viking reenactments and stuff. We were able to get in contact with Norwegian, Danish. You have to ask Paul about this now. But from my understanding, it was a bunch of Norwegians and Danish, by the request of the TV show, that got in a load of authentic, actual Viking ships and brought them over to Ireland. And now, when we do live shows and stuff in Ireland, we have actual Viking ships because of the TV show. So it's kind of in that funny area of, okay, so it did all this bad stuff, but for us in Ireland, it did a whole load of great stuff as well. Plus, we were able to do live events where we could show people, hey, look, that's the TV show. This is what Vikings actually wore. So it's in that kind of funny area. It's not like other TV shows, which we will not say, from the BBC, that do a whole load of damage and then some. Afterwards, the Viking and the History Channel at the time and stuff did a whole load of good, and the funny kit as well. So it's kind of in that funny spot. Plus, we got a whole load of, there was a lot of people that made a lot of money out of Vikings as well, that were in the living history world as well. So there's that as well. So there's obviously the authentic
They sold
stuff.
out. They sold out.
Yeah, but we made a load of kit as well. So it's a funny spot. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say it's a funny spot. What else do we have in here as well? Quickly moving on before Rachel talks anymore. Axes. I like axes.
Well, we
Sorry
also
there,
saw
Connor.
that last image was also javelin heads. Also,
Yeah.
Another big thing that we have to understand is, like, people think, oh yeah, the javelin, it was fit to be used by skirmishers? Not exactly, because one, a well-placed javelin throw can be a devastating thing. In fact, there are certain accounts, such as a man had his foot pierced through the sole of his shoe and down into the ground. So in other words, that javelin had gone from point A to point B and into the ground, which pretty much pinned him to the floor or the ground itself. So just imagine you're like, huh? and you got like you're screaming, trying to pull this thing out of your foot, and all the while you're just like, help me pull this out of my foot. And like, just imagine how horrifying that is. Like, you're trying to get your buddy to pull this out of your foot, and it's just making it worse because one,
sorry about that. I was experimenting. Sorry about that.
But yeah, because let's imagine that. Because one, he's trying to rock this back and forth, which is making it worse. You're like, you're just like falling out. Like, you're just trying to pull it. And the worst thing is, he can't pull you to the rear of the lines because one, it's down in the ground now. So it's like, well, you're screwed. Bye. It's like, hey, wait, don't leave me here. And you're just left to defend for yourself. And even worse, you're going to be killed.
Yeah, most likely. Sorry for if I end up skipping some of your questions there. I'm sorry about that one. I'm just kind of like going between the three of them. So just back over to the questions there. You guys are asking about mail on the helmets. I just pop back over to the helmet side of things because you guys are saying about how it's restricting. Yeah, but at the same time, like because it's mail, you've got that kind of movement there. But the biggest fear, if we read the likes of Nile Saga and the Orkney Saga, and also the likes of the Taun and the Finn cycle as well, which goes between Gaelic literature and also Hiberno-Scandinavian literature, Irish literature. The Irish are crazy into head hunting culture. So the Irish love getting their swords or axes and just decapitating. They like that kind of romantic idea of it. And so it's kind of really in the interest of the Irish to try to somewhat, and that's why you see the likes of cheek pieces and stuff appearing to try to stop and minimizing that decapitation, either the decapitation to the jaw area as the sword smashes into the jaw and could even go past the jaw area, just decapitating that jaw part off here, or even trying to decapitate the head area. So it's in the interest of them having that padded, you can see there with the cheek pieces there at the side. If we go back here, where are you? So you can see here the arm and cap, right? So that's the padding that can go on the side, which stops the sudden poking into the throat. And also, as I pointed out there, the rivet from the neck area around covering there to try to prevent and stop decapitation, but also trying not to completely restrict the movement of the head while they're also in the middle of a combat. Okay. So yeah, it is restricting to a certain level, and that's why you have a lot of people perhaps even switching over to the nasal helmet, and perhaps even not even wearing an arm and cap or thing, probably even sticking to the cheeks. But because we have so much of that romanticizing of trying to decapitate someone, even after the battle itself, you'll have lads decapitating afterwards because it's so romanticized. It is in the interest to try to cover that neck up as much as possible from my interpretation of the literature. So yeah, I do agree it is restricting to a certain degree, but it's well worth it if you don't get decapitated, in my opinion.
Yeah, so there are inconveniences that are well worth the price, and I think this is one of them.
Exactly.
Okay, just heading over to the Dane axe, the double-handed weapon. Obviously, you've got your regular singular battle axe of the Vikings, but now we also have the Dane axe. The thing is about the Dane axe is that it is a terrifying weapon in the right hands to be in front of, because you have many Hiberno-Scandinavians and Irish going into the Battle of Clontarf that fully know how to use a double-handed axe weapon to both grab onto the shield of the enemy and pull it down, or even just break up the shield, or even having a quick old jab to someone's face or an opening that's there. The Dane axe was given to very trained elite warriors on the battlefield, and it was terrifying. If you saw on the opposing side, it was scary. If you were in the shield wall or the spear wall or whatnot, and you saw this on the opposite side poking around, jabbing in, trying to wreck up your shield, you're going to be terrified. You know, the moment you see this weapon, you will be absolutely terrified to see it on the battlefield.
Right.
Exactly, because the Dane axe, like many people think, oh, the Dane axe, it's this huge type of axe. It has this huge blade. Well, not a lot of times. Sometimes they look like this model here with a hollow design system. Why hollow in here? Simple. It's lighter, it's cheaper, and as well, it does also do the same amount of damage. because one, this is mostly this type of design is based off of the Battle of Visby, which we later see around, I believe, the 14th century. But
Yeah, it's in the 14th century. I've actually I've seen the bodies firsthand in the museum.
let's see, we do have accounts of certain type of axes like this, especially also at Clontarf, where apparently the axe caught the blade and broke it in twain. Oof. In other words, a sword blade went through here, got caught, and broke in the process.
The foiling effect.
Just imagine how horrified that would be.
Oh, stop. I've been a good few living history shows over in Denmark and stuff. And when you've got that many people and something like that happens, the fear suddenly kicks in, that sharp fear in your chest of losing your weapon and stuff. And I wasn't even in any form of Mortal Kombat. I was in a nice, friendly living history event. And even I felt that sudden fear come in when my weapon was lost on the battlefield and stuff. So you can imagine being a warrior and your life is now on the line and you've got nothing in front of you to defend yourself with, when you've got one of the most terrifying elite soldiers in front of you with the Dane axe, jabbing away at your face and stuff.
Exactly.
Not nice, yeah.
Because you can easily thrust, you can hook the shield, the legs, anything you want. And the worst thing is, if you see a guy have an axe that has a hole in it, here's the thing, don't make fun of him. Worry the living hell out of yourself, because there is a good possible chance he's gonna catch your weapon. And that's the worst case scenario. In fact, now sometimes though, these were decorated like with a cross, as we see in this one, like if you're a Christian and such. Or sometimes there were even accounts of a fishtail design in these sometimes, which are very rare if you ask me. Okay. Or some was a needle, as it's called, or what it would do is it would just be a line that's straight from this point to this point, adding extra reinforcement, but leaving a good twin teardrop design in the axe. So it depended on the user. But in such, that would be the most horrifying thing, because a skilled warrior with a Dane axe, which here's the thing, a guy with a Dane axe is very skilled with his weapon. He is not a foolish idiot barbarian like you see from a Dungeons and Dragons book or whatever, that's just wildly swinging it. He is perfectly going to use that thing to probably murder you and probably hoist your corpse over his head while he throws it at your own guys. This is only one version of the axe, while there is also the bigger model. This is a lot more horrifying. And this is still devastating. This is a slightly bit heavier, but this is still a gruesome one. Now, though, this is actually based off a historical model from Denmark. And this is based around the same timeline of the 11th century.
Okay.
And this is horrifying to think about, that an axe like this existed. Something this big, this wide of a blade. This was actually originally meant for breaking shield walls. But later on, when cavalry started to become a thing, they started using it against horses. And just imagine how horrifying this would be, especially on the field of battle, because this is one of the most gruesome things, because you can probably see said Viking warrior using a Dane axe like this, or the lighter version, which I prefer, like this. This breaks a shield wall, while this breaks the morale.
Well, yeah, that would get the job done all right. Absolute two very, very, very terrifying weapons. If you look into the Icelandic saga, it goes into more detail that these were the elite weapons at the time. Obviously, as well, you can see a lot of Irish people that were specialized within the double-handed spear to be able to penetrate and get them kills in as well. So between the jigs and the reels, there were definitely a lot of people on that battlefield who were very elitist and would have been definitely terrifying. And I know for a fact, if I see anybody walking around with a Dane axe, I'd be wanting to have a nappy on. I tell you that one.
It's like the from the pretty much. Whenever I see a guy with a Dane axe and such, I'd be like the I can't remember that guy's name. O'Connell from the first Mummy movie when he's meeting like all those other mummy warriors. I'm like,
yeah,
I'm just running
exactly. And just popping back over to the comment section as well, there was a comment from early on about the arrowheads. Sorry guys if I miss your questions and stuff. I'm just trying to poke and prod and trying to get a few of those answered as we're going through both the presentation and you guys as well. And there was a one on excrement. Did some of the arrowheads during the battle get put into excrement and fired off? I'm unaware of that, to be quite honest with you, Richard. I do know of accounts around the 100 Years' War of longbowmen purposely putting the arrowheads into dirt. So that way, when it was fired in and it tore out chunks of flesh from the body and they pulled the arrow out and stuff, it would have caused people to get sick. However, for the likes of the Battle of Clontarf and these battles, I could imagine people doing it, to be quite honest with you. But do we have any solid evidence of it happening? Not that I'm aware of, to be quite honest with you, Richard, unless you guys do.
I mean, how prevalent was the bow as a weapon at this battle? Was it there at all?
Yes, it actually was there. We do have accounts of volleys of arrows being fired, and even behind the shield wall.
But we also have, what was it? Sean Duffy commented about that as well, with the archaeological finds. Is that book? 1 second there. I get that book up because this is coming to an end, so it's bound to be around here. There she is. There's the archaeological book, which is so important. Viking Dublin, the Woke excavations by William Wallace. Patrick Wallace. Sorry, someone else was saying William Wallace early on. I was stuck in my brain.
What?
We all mean Patrick Wallace. That's what we all meant. Isn't that right, comment section? We didn't mess that up at all. It's Patrick Wallace. That highlights the fact that there was a lot of arrowheads found, which indicates that there were a lot of bow and arrows used on the day of the Battle of Clantarf. So we do have that for the battle itself. Let me just pop over to see if there's anything else we need. We just covered the Danax, and we wanted to talk a wee bit about bucklers.
Look at that little buckler. It's so cute. What a cutie. Aww.
There's always debates and arguments if bucklers were used on the Battle of Clantarf. And I know, Connor, you were saying that it's in the realm of possibility that they may have had bucklers. To be honest with you, on my side, unless they were used for the dueling at the very start of the battle, where they would have had, rivals and stuff, or the duels just before the battle itself started and stuff, I could imagine bucklers being used there for duels, just as the battle was starting up and stuff, and lads were throwing javelins over people's heads as a part of, an FU and all that kind of stuff. When all that, and the chanting and people making fun of each other, because these war bands, they all knew each other, except for the mercenaries coming in. And even on top of that, the mercenaries would have known a good few faces there. They would have had blood feuds with each other because they're revving up to go and, killing one another. And because of these blood feuds, you would have had people making fun of each other, having duels. Duels would have been happening. I could imagine bucklers being used there. But once it's shield wall on shield wall and spear on spear, I'd be honest with you, because of the way the Battle of Clantarf went, where it was from the morning all the way up to the evening, I just can't imagine the buckler being used, to be honest with you, Connor.
Well, at first, yes, we could actually imagine this, especially, as you said, with skirmishes and dueling at the very start of the battle. Because, one, we do have accounts of javelins and arrows being thrown. Hell, in fact, some people are brave enough to actually, this is actually very messed up, but unfortunately, it's pretty much true, especially for the Irish. Even into the 16th century, they will go up, literally a brave Irish kern or a brave Irish warrior will immediately go up with barely nothing and with nothing more than a shield and javelins and hurl insults and javelins at his opponents, calling, "Your mother was a milk-subbed cow," or something like that. Or one of the most famous insults that actually is used by the Irish or Gaelic Irish on any Hiberno Norse, calling them a Dublin Dane. Now, this is apparently a huge insult, apparently, for them to call them that. Apparently, it's like I don't know why, but it's like calling somebody, which I can understand this, because immediately, say, for example, you're, it's pretty much saying, hey, all you bastards are the same. It's pretty much like saying, "Hey, you're all the same people," and or like saying that, in other words, they're a bunch of ugly idiots.
I don't know. I kind of interpret that more as you're a cheap knockoff of a Dane. You're not even a real Dane. You're a Dublin Dane. Like you're.
That's another example. But yeah, it's because my interpretation of it is like saying like you're either all the same or you're just a cheap knockoff compared to how what the originals are. But it's kind of insulting because apparently this term was used even for any Anglo-Irish men, even into the time of the Pale. They were still being called Dublin Danes by even up until like I believe the 14th century, and then it changed to something a little more graphic in detail, which I am not going to say out loud because one, I know how YouTube is.
Yeah. It's that word though, Danish and Norwegian. It can be quite funny because Claire Downham was translating it, and she thinks the earlier 19th and 20th century translations of Fingal and Donegal are actually incorrect because Fingal and Donegal, there's no actual connections there within those words connecting to Norse and Dane, because the direct translation means new foreign and old foreign. It means what was it? White foreigner? Is it white? Oh, sorry, no, it's fair foreign and dark foreign. And they think it means what was it called? The old Dublin people and the new Dublin people, which makes sense because if you have anytime you have immigration coming in, that's why they're turning around to say, hey, look, I was the old Dublin people. You're the new Dublin people. You're not quite, Dublin like we are. Which you see with a lot of cities when you have a new city person that arrives and he's in the wrong side of the escalator and he just doesn't understand the talking that's going on and stuff.
Escalator.
Yeah, that's what people are like, And I
for anybody that's in the United States, here's something. Imagine this, like for anybody that views a New Yorker, for example, especially
New York's a good example.
Or pretty much anybody coming to Texas, y'all ain't a Texan. Y'all foreigners to us.
Yeah.
Well, you Texans are literally Mexicans, so it's okay. We understand. Historically, you were an American. You were part of Spain and then Mexico, and then you split off, and then, let's call it like it is, shall we?
We're having a bit of fun here. What was it called? Okay, so that's a good example.
But actually, that's a really good point, Philip. And as a professional translator, I really appreciate Claire's work here. This is why I'm always saying in like almost every live stream, I don't trust other people's translations because I am a translator and I know it goes into translation and it's not as simple as word A in language A equals word in language B. No, you have to understand the context and you have to understand the choices that a translator may have made in interpreting that word. So it's interesting that she's gone back and looked at probably what antiquarians translated as Dane or Norwegian and looked at the original language and came to the conclusion that it's not that cut and dry at all, actually.
Oh God, we have multiple civil wars kicking off now in Ireland and America. Thanks, Rachel.
Anything for the algorithm, my friend. Anything for the algorithm.
Oh God. Right, back on conversation. So we now believe that Donegal would have been an insult during the Battle of Clontarf because it's like, well, you're not really a dub, are you? You're kind of like, you're just a new dub, you take the wrong side of the stairs in the morning, you're just not one of us. And so we do believe that the bucklers and the endless amount of buckler finds that we do see in Ireland, it may have been used for skirmishing at the very start of the battle, but for this battle alone, we would have seen more shield walls, more larger shields, as we can see with the next point here. So this is my own shield that I created. On the corners of it, we have hide. So that's made of hide, leather, and then the main part of here is wood. But it's very, very, what's the word? Very kind of light. It's not, the one I created wasn't heavy, thick. has its advantages and disadvantages, because if you think, oh, this will instantly break down and stuff, it is handy in the fact that if an axe goes into this shield, it'll actually get stuck, it'll get trapped, which gives me them few seconds to get a weapon in here into the person. So in fact, if you think, oh, this is going to get stuck, broke up very quickly. It will get broke up quickly. I'm not going to say it's not going to get, last an entire battle and stuff, but will trap weapons, which will give me a few seconds an opportunity to either myself or the man behind me with a spear to kill the man in front of me and then move on to the next opponent. So in fact, what you might have is people trying to avoid hitting the shield, depending on the situation. Of course, as Connor said early on, you also have much more thicker shields, perhaps. They're also used to hold the shield wall in line. But the one I have here was actually much more lighter one to actually trap weapons into, giving me the opportunity for them a few seconds to get that kill in. And as that slowly gets broken down, I would be circled out and given a fresh shield, depending on the situation that was happening in front of me.
Exactly. But because, it depends on the users, because sometimes they want them, hey, I want this lighter or I want this heavier. And the people would like, why would you want it heavier? The shield bash.
Oh, yeah, that's also very true. Like,
and
the comments they're asking what kind of wood would have been made out of. Depending on the situation and also your location between Ireland, Denmark, Norway, and Iceland, depends on what wood would have been used, both for the ships, the shields, and the axes. So even the axes themselves, like in Ireland, it's mostly made up of, you'd have a lot of oak, especially with the axes and stuff, because it's nice and light, but at the same time, it can take a beating. So it really depends on the location, where you're at, and also the situation that you're on. Because a lot of these, especially the professional mercenaries, war bands, and nobles, will have had different types of shields, axes, depending on the situation, and spears as well, and made out of different types of woods, and also designed differently depending on the situation happening in front of them during the fighting that's happening.
So this is before Ireland is denuded, right? So Ireland still has forests at this point?
Big time. It's not until around the 1700s that the British Empire is cutting down loads and loads of trees to make loads and loads of ships. Now, don't get me wrong. In around the Slane area, just north of Dublin, and also in the south of Dublin, you do have a lot of trees being cut down because of this massive demand of long ships that happens in Dublin at the time, which we can see in Denmark. A lot of the ships that were dated in Denmark, to their shock and surprise, were not built in Denmark. They were built in Dublin. These were Dublin ships that were found in Denmark, which highlights the demand for amount of ships that were being built. So we can see, we do see a large defroster, not a large one compared to what we'd have to, later on with the British
but still
industrialization.
Significant, nevertheless.
It's a lot for the period. So there is a massive demand in the Slane, which is north of Dublin, and Wicklow, which is just south of Dublin as well. We have a lot of trees being cut down to be made into long ships. So that demand is there in Ireland. Anything else you guys want to expand on? Probably not. Oak would be heavier than pine. The oak is really handy because it not only is it light, but it's also got, if you were to beat that oak up, it takes a final beating, because I'm sure it's also used in the hurley sticks as well, unless I'm ash. I'm wrong. It's not oak. It's ash. Ash wood.
I was gonna say it's ash, right? Yeah. Ash is like the magic wood of the Middle Ages. Wow, that's gonna get us banned.
So you're right, because that's used in the hurley sticks that we have. So in Ireland, we have a sport called hurling, and it's the exact same wood that's used, I'm sure.
Well, because ash also has a natural resilience and flexibility about it, right? So it's one of these woods that it gets used for so many different applications because of its properties. So the question I have about shields, so later on, shields basically become these very sophisticated composite devices, right? So it's not just wood. There's a layer of wood, and then there's fabric, and then other fabric, and then there's gesso, and then there's paint, so basically you almost end up, and there's different layers of wood sometimes too. So you almost end up making like this molded thing that is super, super strong and super resilient. do we have extant shields from this era that show how they were actually constructed, or are we going on conjecture, basically?
We have a shield. Now, Connor will obviously jump in there because, especially with the rawhide that he was talking about early on. But
Right.
from the one I was using for the archaeology side of things, and I made with White Horse Vikings, it was Alex that went over the shield with me and stuff. And Alex from White Horse Vikings. And we were mostly using the find from Denmark. So in Denmark, we do have a bog find of a shield that we were experimenting with. And so the one I have in this photo here, and also the back, this is not my photo, that's someone else's photo, but he was doing exactly the same experiment that Alex from White Horse Vikings was doing with me. And you can see here that that's very, very thin. And that was based off a find from this period around, dated to around the 10th century, a bog find of a Viking shield in this period. So that's what we have to work off of in Ireland, because it fits in with the literature in Ireland. However,
yeah, absolutely.
The problem with Ireland and the bucklers, now Conor will probably go into more detail about this in a second, is from my understanding, we only have the the boss here. So the boss here, and sometimes the tip boss in this museum here. We have, by the way, we have thousands of these bucklers found all over the island. But that's all what we have working off of. Sorry, I'll actually make it bigger there. So you can see here, that's the buckler shield found all over the island of Ireland. Great for cattle raiding. Absolutely magnificent for dueling and cattle raiding. In my opinion, I don't think it's the most magnificent weapon to be using in a conventional fighting, unless you're trying to skirmish the sides in a battle, which you do see later on in the 15th and 16th century. However, I don't think it's the greatest thing for conventional fighting. But they're found all over the island of Ireland regardless. We don't know, because the only thing that's surviving here is the boss. We don't know how the shield itself was made, from my understanding, unless you want to look at the Book of Kells and find something there. Which I have on the left side there.
But that won't even, the Book of Kells will give you a picture, but it still won't, inform like the layers and whatnot. So there's still, I mean, conjecture is fair, like absolutely. I don't think people understand in the living history world how much conjecture we must utilize to fill in these gaps. I'm just always curious what is known, because to me, as from the material culture perspective, I love understanding how things are put together from the craft perspective,
Now Connor's dying to jump in there.
Oh yeah, but yeah, when it comes down to the material and such, we gotta understand it's like people think, oh yeah, they were always made out of wood and such. Well, not exactly, because my clothes which I discussed earlier, had actually tested this out, especially against the Danax and such. It did survive. Now the thing is, though, this is a rawhide shield. It would have been made out of full rawhide. The only thing that would have been not rawhide would have been, well, the grip handle here and the metal boss. That's about it. But the problem is, it would decay over centuries, sadly, especially in Ireland. Would be the worst place. But we could actually imagine that with rawhide. Because Viking shields, for example, that were discovered in certain areas, they were only found, there are very, very few that are actually found entirely intact, and some of these are so badly worn that you got to be very gentle with them, otherwise they break, which is a very hard thing to do. It's like, because only a few of them were I think one or two were discovered in Denmark in a Viking ship burial, and they were so badly
deteriorated. Yeah.
Exactly. They were in the bay for the bay. I think a bay in Denmark for centuries, and they were just decaying over the while. And it's like, finally they brought them up, and apparently the researcher, when they tried slowly bringing it up, they accidentally broke the wooden planks that were together by accident, just because they were trying to be very gentle with it, and unfortunately they broke it by accident with them holding. But that's just horrifying to think about it, because one, it's like, but yes, shields, these were made in a type of such. Some were thin, some were thick.
Mm.
Because one, it depended on how the user wanted it. Because one, the user probably wanted it to be light and effective. Now people think, oh, but wait, if it's too thin, like, because the thinnest I can understand would have been about yay thin as this. Now people think, oh, wait, that's way too thin. That wouldn't stop anything. Actually, I have seen certain videos that do stop a Viking shield as thin as this, stopping arrowheads. Now people think, oh, but wait, in movies and such, that will go right through it. It's like, no, that would probably only go about yay far in.
There's also friction. Like, people forget friction.
Yeah.
I mean,
I hate movies because
friction. So
it doesn't work like that. In fact, even if the shield is thin like this, because the video I did see, apparently the arrow only went about that much in. And still, there's also the fact that, one, you're holding this as a center grip shield. It's not a strap-on shield, meaning your hand, your arm isn't going to be affected.
Yeah. Because as we pointed out early on, guys, like these guys knew martial arts. They knew if you as you're blocking parry, you can move your body in such a way. So you have the attack coming in, you're blocking it, and then as you're moving in, you're parrying, and you're moving the shield, and the shield is moving around your hand because it's the boss. The boss is protecting your hand itself. The rest of the wood, depending on what type of wood you're using a different martial art. As Connor's showing there, you move the shield around, blocking, covering, and then getting those stabs in. It's not a case of you just, unless you're in a formation. When you're in formation, you hold the shield up to cover, not just yourself, but the others. But if you're dueling, skirmishing, calorating even, you're moving that around your body, that's the style of war that you're in dealing with in Ireland, and that's why they use the smaller bucklers to get in there with their different forms of martial art depending on the fighting style that was happening at the time. Just pop back over to the comment section, guys. If you're talking about various finds and stuff, like there's one for the metallic rim on the side. For the find that I have here, which I'll just quickly enlarge, that is a raw hide I have there. And I'm assuming Connor's also using raw hide on his rim there as well. So maybe Connor knows of an example of metallic rimming, but I don't know any metallic rimming, to be quite honest with you.
The only these are very, very rare though, but because by the end of the Viking Age, metal rim shields, that is like a king's ransom, a lord's ransom type of shield. It would have been fully decorated. Major example, Sutton Hoo's shield. You see metal trims and metal rimming all across that. Here's the thing, that's a little too early for that type of time period, because by this point in time, that was rare to see on a Viking shield. Now, during the middle period, you saw a lot of that. And when I mean a lot, I mean a lot. Because it's like, I'm going to show off my wealth. You realize your shield is going to get damaged, right? And
100%.
It's like, immediately, it's pretty much like one of those people that thinks that it's a good idea to show off. Like, showing off. And it's like, what happens when your shield breaks?
Very true.
At least some of you got a second shield.
Okay, lads. Also in the comment section as well, definitely use references and stuff as well, so we know exactly what you're talking about, and it doesn't turn into this thing of I feel it should be A, B, and C, and oh no, I feel it's A, B, and C as well. If you can, even better still, open up a second channel and shove in some of those references and stuff as well. So we're not going back and forth and having this like, I feel it's A, B, and C. No, I feel it's Z and E. Like, feelings could go on all day, to be honest with you.
Feelings could go on all day.
They could, like, I've had endless conversations and chats about feelings and all that kind of stuff. And unless there's references and stuff, feelings work all day. But as Richard said as well, like longbows, the bow itself would penetrate into the shield, but it gets stuck into the shield. It wouldn't, like if you were holding the shield out as the arrow is coming down, you knock that shield up to protect yourself. It's going to get stuck in, but it's not going to kill me because I had that distance up. And that's why people are, as we said earlier, rotating the shield around. Also, on top of that, just a question there on, I'll just zoom into, what was it called? Connor there, because the questions are around Connor. How thick is your shields, Connor? How thick are your shields?
Well, this shield, it's about, say, less than half an inch thick. And this was my first attempt at making a shield, and unfortunately, I didn't do so well because I was originally.
I think it's good for a first try. Much better than what I have.
That's
true.
Originally, I was wanting to make it thinner, but I put double the amount of wood. Now, with me, I use plywood when it came to this. You had to use historical planking. Me, though, I wasn't planning on using this for any reenactments and such. So yeah, but. Like, this is like double layer plywood, and this is technically what most Viking shields, well, depending on the user, would have probably been like. In fact, this would have been perfect for the heavy hitter type person. He wants extra protection. He wants to be extra protected. He wants to fight perfectly, and as well, he wants to use his shield to pretty much break someone's jaw, break someone's foot, break someone's shin, their ankle. Hell, sometimes there's a count of people throwing their shields on the battlefield. And as well, we do get this at the Battle of Clontarf, especially when the Vikings were running away. There are accounts of Irish throwing their shields at their opponents just to knock them down. That way they can come at them and finish them off, which is very horrifying. In fact, we also hear accounts of this even in the Viking sagas. In fact, there's an account of a saga of a Viking warrior skidding his shield across the ice. Now, just imagine how horrifying that would be, just seeing that coming right towards you, and it tripped the said Viking in the process. In other words, he got hit in the rear of his leg before he was later finished off. But most of the time, though, like a shield like this would be like about somewhere between a little over slightly above a centimeter. Now people think, why would a shield like this be good to use? Well, here's the thing. One, this is this regular plywood on there, but because I had to order this one, I didn't have the material at the time or the tools, sadly. But yeah. Anyways, what happened was with this shield, this would have said cloth, like say this would have a mixture of glue and cloth on this, and as well sometimes even on the secondary end, and as well a reinforcement of rawhide on top. Now, separate, those are nothing. Together, they are something else. Because one, this would have been 10 times lighter. In other words, this would be still light and effective as you see me working with. In fact, if I had made my shield the way this is, like with that type of like only one sheet of plywood compared to this, which is 2, there's a good possible chance that this would have been as light as this. I could easily just move and such. And that's the thing. The Irish preferred that style because we have accounts of them swinging their shield to the left and to the right, hacking about and slaying the said Vikings left and right. So in other words, it's kind of like saying like, hey, they made it do like this and like that easily compared to some other people who preferred a heavier shield that was more meant for crashing into their opponents. But as well, with the shield like this, it was perfect for a shield wall formation. In fact, this type of shield is perfect. Now, I want to put this out here, though. When it comes down to it, people think, oh, these shields, they were huge and such. Not exactly, because this is like a 30-inch in diameter, but we do have accounts somewhere around 20 or 25 inches in diameter as well. So these would still be perfect, especially for blotting out stopping arrows from coming at you. Because one, this is like easy. It's like Oh, you're going to shoot arrows at me? Okay, that's it. Okay. But, yeah. But, yes, these shields were perfect for stopping certain weapons. Now, I do know a reenactment group, I think a couple of years, like a year or 2 years ago, I believe, who they did this at the Highland Games, which they showed the destructive power of a Dane axe to a said shield, and it broke through the shield perfectly. The thing is, though, that depended on this said shield on how it was manufactured, but still, a shield will stop certain weapons. Because one, it could stop a sword, it could stop a spear, it could stop an arrow. It's when that guy is using a Dane axe on you, it's like, you got to worry about that. Because, but yeah, also, but as I said, I made this with plywood. I did not do this with sheets or boards like you're supposed to. Reason why I recommend using boards is because this is for more historical accuracy, especially for anybody who is wanting to do reenactments. This is actually pretty funny because, one, say for example, someone comes at me with a sword and it gets stuck immediately, like say right where one of the boards is. Now say like the boards are pretty much going this type of way, like the way I'm holding, which that's what I would recommend doing, but some people do it the different way, but it depends on the user. And in such, as soon as the sword gets in there, guess what's going to happen? All I got to do is turn it, and it gets locked in. The sword is locked in there. The guy can't pull it out. Like, Skallagrim has actually proven this, actually, and he proves my point of how horrifying this would be for any opponent. Like, it doesn't matter how great your sword is, because there's a good possible chance that if I can easily lock that in place, especially if I'm in a shield wall, I can then just pull it back, and worst case scenario, I'm pulling you, or worse, your sword from the battlefield, and you're pretty much left disarmed.
Right. Yeah, that's part of the problem with a lot of us in living history who don't do reenactments but just do combat, like straight up combat using medieval fighting techniques. We're fighting with rebated swords. We're not fighting with sharp edges because we don't want to break our toys. But the point is that, the edges can actually, it's a two-edged sword, right? If your weapon has an edge, it can get stuck in something like a shield. But if it doesn't have an edge and it's rebated, then it's just going to slide off. So you won't get to use it. You won't get to utilize that particular aspect of the shield in this instance. But also, I'm not saying that we should all start fighting with sharpened weapons. That's not what I'm advocating.
Well, there was a Russian reenactment group that
Oh God, they were.
You've seen that, did you? Yeah.
They were freaking nuts. Crazy.
Did you see that, Connor? Years back.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it was all over YouTube. It exploded on YouTube. It was the 15th century.
Lost fingers, lost eyes, lost ears. I mean,
they had videos on YouTube that got shut down because they were cutting flesh. Like, you could see the opening of their muscles. I watched this on YouTube and was like, what? They were shut down, obviously, by the algorithm and stuff. But this is, I remember these.
Because I think also Shad from Shadiversity also looked like,
did we just mention? Did we just drop that name in our live stream?
We'll say no more. Okay, so just so I can get on to the bigger, wider chat for you guys. Just today, Bertie gives his apologies for you guys. He had an emergency a few hours ago and couldn't come to today's live stream. Because he was going to do a few chats and stuff because he specializes in the Battle of Clontarf, and he has a book as well, The Forgotten Prince by Bertie, which you can check out online and stuff. And some of the references and stuff and some of the pictures that were given up today was from Bertie. The Forgotten Prince. But sadly, he had an emergency in the last few hours or so. No clue what it is. I just know that he said he's perfectly grand. There's nothing life-threatening or anything. It's just a private emergency that he had a few hours ago. So he got in contact with me. But if you're interested into the Battle of Clontarf and stuff, it's not a historical book. It's more of taking it on the perspective of Donal MacBrien. Some of you guys were actually asking about the surviving prince of Brian Boru. There's a whole book on him, Donal MacBrien, called The Forgotten Prince. And it's not a historical book. It takes the perspective of Donal MacBrien. Just during the Battle of Clontarf and after the Battle of Clontarf. This is the first book, and there'll be more books in the future as well. Bertie's kind of still working away on the second book right now. So just as a bit of in plug by Bertie there. No, I just want to, before we advance it, because that's the end of the PowerPoint for you guys. But if you guys have any more questions, I'll just leave it open for you guys now. But if you have any more questions to do with the Battle of Clontarf for the next 5 or 10 minutes or so, definitely put it in below, or just any questions in general to do with medieval history. Now's your time to definitely get it in there and just bombard us before we run away.
But that Russian group was crazy. They were. I actually attended a Battle of Nations to support Team USA in 2013.
Yeah. And
that event, that's some crazy. That's crazy. But I actually watched a Russian lose an eye, and he took it like a champ.
What?
Like a champ. I mean, this stoic. He sat there like a rock while they did first aid on him. And I thought, man, you must have had at least a fifth of vodka to be taking it with this sort of serenity. The Russians are a different kind of people. The Ukrainians, the Slavic, former Soviet Union, a little different.
Yeah. Different breed as well. Because myself and Yuki were talking about that last night, because we were watching documentaries on the tribes of Brazil and stuff, how they're still active today. And they do have when it comes down to the winter months and stuff, they have a very survival aspect of, you either join the community or we'll remove you, and there's a lot of areas in Russia when it comes down to the winter. There was a US Marine, he's a documentary on YouTube, and he moved out to the middle of nowhere. He just wanted to be away from modern society, so he moved out to the middle of nowhere in Russia. And the Russians out in these areas have the exact same society idea, that if it comes down to the winter, once you're in the winter itself, you're either a part of the community or they will remove you. You just disappear in the middle of the night. They do have a very kind of solid community idea, and they're very kind of old-fashioned that way. And that's because the winters are the community as a whole. You have to work as a team, or you just pass. The village won't make it. The town won't make it.
Yeah, you end up looking like the scene from The Shining.
Yep. Exactly. That's a very, very good example of that, like how communities in those areas of the world have to come together and work together, or the whole society fails. Very, very old-fashioned, very medieval, A good few questions on Roman shields. It's definitely the person asked there is our man below. Connor, what's the story of Roman shields compared to Viking shields?
Well, when it comes to, that's actually a good question. What does it mean by Roman shield? Because in doing so, what century are we talking about? Are we talking about oval shields? Are we talking about school
Republican, time? Imperial, late Imperial?
Wait. Although, let me.
Eastern Roman Empire.
Well, he's setting up there. I'll answer that question. It's just popped up. A bit of off-topic question. No, it's not. How did the Irish families entertain themselves back in the medieval period? It depends what season you're in. if you're talking about during the winter, a lot of basically they would have done their various admins during the day and stuff, and then coming into nighttime when they're next to the fire and stuff, a lot of stories. But their stories, because they had full-on imagination. Our imagination is being killed off by the TV and YouTube algorithm. Back then, their imagination was absolutely fully colored in. Like they could envision things to their standard of imagination compared to today, where our imagination is completely squashed. So they would have had entire stories where they would have dressed up and they would have put on various accents and they would have really gotten into characters and stuff. And next to the fire, and they would have told stories that would have gone back, to their alleged ancients and stuff, talking about, and they would have started from, their interpretation of stories from the Bible, gone through the Bible. They would have, because the Irish are notorious, they have a whole series called the Book of Invasions, where the Irish write themselves into the Bible. So they'll be talking about how they're a part of the Bible, how they were, hanging out with Moses, and then how they went through Egypt. And instead of going off to Jerusalem, they instead went the opposite direction over to the Iberian Peninsula, and what they got up to in the Iberian Peninsula before jumping on a boat over to Ireland, where they were referred to as the people of the Scotty and the Malaysians and all that kind of stuff. So during the winter, they would have told very colorful stories and stuff. And then as they went into the summer months and they were able to go outside of their house, because it's very, very cold in Ireland, like because of the rain, the very, very cold rain and the winter and stuff, you don't really want to go outside your roundhouse too much. So they would have stayed inside, nice, huddled up, nice and comfortable. But then as the summer progressed, we have way more summer games. A lot of games, however, missing from our literature and stuff. So we're not fully sure what they played, but they would have had endless amount of different various games, ball games they would have played, stick games they would have played. So as a society, they would have gone outside. This is also the period where you have these huge festivals and assemblies going on as well. So during the winter, a lot of stories, lots of stuff happening next to the fire. Stories, poems, all that kind of stuff. And then in the summer, big, massive games, massive festivals, that sort of stuff happening. So it really depends on the season that we're talking of.
I mean, Ireland retains its skaldic storytelling culture much longer than mainland Europe. Like mainland Europe has moved away by the 15th century, in the 16th century, moved away from professional storytellers and bards. Like the bardic culture is dead basically in mainland Europe. But in Ireland, it's alive until the 18th century. The bards were guests of honor in the hall and would actually be invited in and fed and housed, and they would sing. And like you said, our imaginations are quashed, but so are our memories. Yeah. Bards, historically bards, skalds, the great poets, they could memorize thousands of lines of an epic and sing it. So yeah, it's a very different kind of style of entertainment in Ireland than even in other places.
100%, fully agree with you. Just as Connor's getting ready there, see if there's any other ones. Being Irish back down sounds awesome. It does, until you actually have to do endless amount of back-breaking work, and also the constant fear of raids into your your little fort and stuff, where people would have trying to take away your women, and also trying to take away your kids and stuff as well, and loot your stuff. So it's all great until you're being raided and attacked, and then you're like, bring me back, bring me back, bring me back. And also diseases and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, pre-antibiotic world, no thank you. I think so. What for us, for you and me, Philip, as living historians, we like to recreate the beautiful parts, the fun parts, the safe parts.
Yeah, like I'm a weirdo. Like I get fully dressed up and I go over, when I'm back home in Ireland, I go to ring forts and I do full-on living history events where I live in a ring fort and do the whole shebang. But I don't have to worry about my wife being taken away from me during the day while I'm trying to farm, and also the fact that I don't have to worry about being drafted into the military and sent off to Clantarf to be butchered. I don't have to worry about these things, compared to my ancestors.
Yeah, people keep asking me in the live chats, if you could go back to any one place or any one time, what would it be? And I'm like, do I have to? do I actually have to go back, or can I just like look through a window? Because really, as a student of history, there's a couple of like rare moments in history where I might feel not terrified traveling back in time, but for the most part, I would just be terrified.
Oh yeah, 100%. Just getting back to Richard's thing there, the Roman army was well armored, well fed, well paid, and well skilled military combat.
Yes.
Connor, do you want to elaborate on that one?
Yes, that's actually pretty much true. Even by the time we get to the 11th century, hell, even the Byzantines, which are still a continuation of the Roman Empire.
Ooh.
I want to add that.
They considered themselves Roman.
Exactly. But yeah, because when we because immediately people think, oh yeah, the Roman Empire, they started like this type of equipment and such. They evolved and such. They originally were a republic. It's like, no, they were a kingdom. And I really hate it though when people immediately they think the Roman military, it all looked the same. It looked like the mid-Roman imperial age. It's like, no, it was entirely different, in which very soon I will be doing, when I'm done with the 12th century Irish how-to videos, I will be going back and doing the Bronze Age Caledonian or Scotty and such, or Caledonian, whatever you want to pronounce them as, in other words, Scotland anyway, and as well the Bronze Age Germanic people, and then as well I'll be getting into also the Roman military, evolving them, because one, I want people to understand of what they all would have looked like entirely leading up to the end and such, pretty much until the 16th century and such, or with the Romans, the fall of Constantinople. But yeah, anyways, but pretty much though, no, because when it comes to their arms and armor, it changed. I already have one video out of what it would have looked like, such as what we understand from the Velvenuvi. I'm going to butcher that. I'm already going to get some Italians on my butt from Velvenuvian culture. I am sorry if I mispronounced that. Please do not stone me. But yes, they would have had different style of shields. I've already covered that one. The next one would have been a mix between an Aspis style shield, which none of y'all know what that is. It's a hoplite shield and such. And then there would also be the scutums and oval shields, like we see here. Which one, when people like also to answer that comment about the difference between the Viking shields and the scutums, in such, actually they feel about the same weight. Reason that actually is, maybe people are going to be like, why is that the same weight? Simple. There's actually because of its design and feature. Because as we see, this is more curvature to protect the body. Well, this is flat. And a flat end means it's a lot heavier. For example, oh yeah, this is way heavier now. Same diameter, but because of this flat design, it makes it heavier.
Right, because the weight doesn't distribute the same way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yes, that's the thing though, because one, even the said Romans, they just said, hey, you know what? Let's go to round shields and oval shields, and later on down the line, especially by the time we get to the 11th century as well, and even into the 12th century, they start going into kite shields as well, and heater shields, and pretty much the end and such. But well, I think we also had a comment earlier about the scale armor as well, didn't we?
Yeah, I want to leave it to the very end where we could talk about conspiracies and stuff, because I think there's the problem. We were just saying this as well with both the Taun and the war between the Gaels and the Gaul Gaels. The problem with those two books is the translation of how they describe armor is funny, because they're not only are they like, if you directly translate it, it comes out like bits of leather or bits of this and it's bits of that, and it's like, okay, so what's this bits mean? Like, what's this mean and what's that mean? So we're in the realm of, when it comes down to that detail of questioning, okay, so what's this armor and what's that armor, especially towards cattle raiders. Because cattle raiders like to be light, it really does go into the realm of conspiracies of what's their armor actually like. And I think that definitely goes into even Brian Bruce's own armor, because Brian Bruce is trying to show that he is a Roman emperor, because he literally refers to himself as the emperor of the Scots, an idea he gets from Charlemagne's court. And with that, he kind of uses references that brings him back to the likes of Constantine and Julius Caesar and all those ideas and stuff. And with that, we get this kind of imagery of scale armor and stuff. So there's, as we self and Connor have talked about this a few times, there's a big conspiracy that perhaps he had scale or laminar going into the Battle of Clontarf, which for the time being we cannot prove. However, maybe there's like an Eastern Roman influence going in there, especially with the trade routes going into Norway and Scandinavia, into Kiev, and then Kiev into the Byzantine Empire and stuff. Maybe that's feeding into it. Brian Boru was emperor of the Scots. He was very, very wealthy, very, very powerful. Maybe he had gotten some home of Roman armor that could be the interpretation of scale armor and something. To be honest with you, I don't know myself. Is there anything you want to elaborate on there, Connor?
Well, yes. What we understand of what it could have been is pretty much, well, as you said, it could have been done by trade and such. And we do have a lot of accounts of that, especially during the golden age of Ireland, especially being one of the biggest examples. Now, in doing so, even it was a couple of centuries early and such, but even still, we could still see scale armor at some point in time, because one, it was more commonly seen in Eastern Europe and parts of the Mediterranean, because but however, that's a point I do have to add, is when we take a look at the Norman Sicilian kingdom, and when they established themselves, we do have accounts of them wearing scale armor over their mail shirts, or even something else is that they have mail sleeves attached to, and as well mail coats attached to their shirts of scales, rather than wearing a full shirt of mail. But that's the thing, though, even with Brian Boru, because when we have to understand, Murchad would have probably worn, say, for example, a shirt of mail, maybe gammas underneath, and even a thrust from a dagger. Unless that thing was a needle point, there is a good possible chance that thing ain't going to go through and inside his belly or whatever type of way. So my best bet is it would have been identical to something like this, like maybe Murchad wore something like this at the Battle of Clontarf rather than mail. Because one, as soon as we lift up the scales, there is an easy way to thrust into that unprotected area. And that's saying something, This, though, I'm not going to put this one on because holy hell, this is more cavalry version. Yeah, this thing is way more heavy than my mail shirt, because this I can lift with one arm easily.
Well, that's metal scale, right? That's not leather scale, right? Like,
yeah, this is metal scales.
Yeah.
This is literally trying to make sure it doesn't fall on top of me. But yeah, I had to put together from historical sources as we can understand. But this is horrifying just to think about. But yeah, this would have still been used at certain point in times. Like, we do have some weird accounts, but of it being used by the time of the 13th century. But even then, it's somewhat dying off at that point. And
right.
Did he say step out?
Yeah, it looks heavy just the way it's hanging. Like I'm feeling weighted down just observing it. It's yeah.
Yeah, this thing is heavier to the point that it's like just meant for.
Is it it's made on a leather base or on a cloth base?
This is put on a cloth base.
Right.
This is because that's as historically accurate as you can go. Because people think, oh no, it would just have leather. And it's like, no, that's moronic. What person would put it through a sheet of leather in which can easily be penetrated through?
Yeah, I think a lot of people, a lot of modern people just have Hollywood has done this, right? They imagine that leather is the fabric of choice, Middle Ages and earlier, and Renaissance, honestly. Renaissance, possibly even actually now that I think about it, 17th century, Three Musketeers era, right? Everyone assumes that that men especially were wearing all leather. Everything was leather. So that's Hollywood that has made people think that, unfortunately.
Exactly, because when it comes to making historical equipment, look up the also like. Here's the thing: anybody that's trying to make their own equipment and such. Here's the thing: look up historical sources. Look up to what they actually wore. Don't watch movies. Don't watch video games. Don't watch series. And immediately think, oh yeah, that's how they made it. And it's like, no, that's not how they would have probably made it. In fact, I had to take this from an old gambeson and just sew it onto these. And here's the thing: this is way cheaper than buying said leather, because apparently I've seen the because with the gambeson and the scales I bought all together, this is like less than $200, so about 120, I want to say. And in such though, like sites like do sell something like this only with leather apparently that have riveted on scales. Apparently that thing costs like about 200 something dollars, and I'm like, why would I want to buy that when I could make this?
Yeah. Okay, so right, just go back into the comment section there because I want to. This has been going on for almost 5 hours, which is absolutely magnificent, and I want to thank everybody for keeping on board with us. I just want to finish off with that one question on: did the marching military force, especially going up to the Battle of Clontarf, did they have beef jerky on them? Did they get their meat, dry it out before going up to the Battle of Clontarf, which is a really important and very, very interesting question to ask, especially since Brian Boru did plan on turning this into a siege, which never happened. So, yeah, I could actually imagine, to be honest with you, Big Dave, I could imagine that during the winter they did get their meat, cut it up, and then leave it on the rack to dry out, and then chop it up still further to put it into their equipment, their baggage and stuff, before bringing it up to Dublin with them and having those little beef, jerky snacks. What do you guys think, Connor and Rachel? Do you think they had beef jerky going up to the siege? The Battle of Clontarf?
So yeah, it depends. It depends on what you mean by jerky, right? Not all jerky is jerky. So we do know that in this era, you got a lot of coast in Ireland. You've got a lot of fish. It's honestly just as likely that it's fish as it's beef.
Yeah.
Right. You only slaughter cows like once a year. It's not like the modern world where we just have tens of thousands of cows getting too fat and we need to kill them all at once. Right. So you only really slaughter animals like that once a year. But fish are a constant source or it's for really special feasts. But, I could see that the once a year that you slaughter said cows, that you would, dry them, you would air dry them, whether they were smoke dried or not, maybe. The source of the documentation for food in this era is not as thorough as it is from just a couple of centuries later. So the provisioning of armies is not as well documented. 300 years later, we have detailed expense accounts and that literally lay out. I mean, the Howard household books are practically like a how-to guide for 15th century army. It's because of the details that they provide for everything from armor and clothing to food and weapons and boats and transportation. But we just don't have that so much for the 11th century. It's not. Yeah. So yeah, dried fish, dried meat of any kind, maybe. But armies, here's the thing, guys, and this is the part about armies that's kind of true throughout the pre-modern era. Armies don't worry about provisioning in advance too much, because they're going to get it as they go, and they're going to get it. They're going to get it from whoever, what unfortunate bastard happens to be living near where they are.
And leading up to the battle, they did do that. They went into all the villages around Dublin and burned it because it was a show of strength against Citric. It's like, hey, look, your lord has rebelled against me, and he can't even protect you. Like Brian Boru did that on purpose. Like,
Right. So he used it for practical reasons. We want your food and your stuff, but also, sorry, you're going to be an object lesson.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah.
Yeah, and in fact, we could probably also see this during the People's Crusade, which was led by a majority of low-ranking knights.
Are you talking about Peter's Crusade at the Peasants' Crusade? Yeah, Peter the Hermit's Crusade.
Much, ladies and gentlemen, if y'all know about this one is incredibly what kind of actually helped the Crusaders, because one, the Turks and such, they were so tired from fighting against these peasants and such, they were like, well, hell, these guys just beat us in hell. We have accounts of them actually stealing and all this, and it's like people like immediately a lot of people think, oh, that's what the entirety of the Crusades were like. Then it's like, no, that's only that one group that did that. The rest of them were funded and as well properly supplied.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, like immediately people just think, no, they were all like that. It's like, oh God. And it's like, but yeah, there are other accounts also, especially from the towns of the Romans that also did that. There are accounts that even during the medieval period that they did that in order just to show strength or just to prove like, hey, surrender now and we won't do this to you like we did to your friends.
But also the logistics of hauling enough food to feed an army is incredible, right? And the roads are not great, everyone. Like I don't think the Romans built highways in Ireland. So
there were roads built and there were wooden roads that were built. Right. But yeah, you're right. For 4,000 men, like,
they're not Roman roads, right? So they don't have paved roads, as dilapidated as they might be at that point. So, you're just not, you have to imagine the infrastructure is completely different.
Yeah.
And of course, then there's questions of, refrigeration and preservation, which is, I know, the point of the jerky comment. But honestly, if all you eat is jerky on campaign, you're going to get gout.
Yeah. Shield. God, we could go into a whole load of, because we literally did an entire PowerPoint presentation on shields there. For everyone that had to, because what was it, 2 hours ago, we had a whole load of people come off to sleep in Ireland.
Yeah.
And I never said goodnight to them. And now we have a whole load of Americans from the, this happened last time as well.
It did.
Myself and Rachel were saying goodnight to everyone in Ireland and saying good evening to all the Americans from the West Side. Wild. But yeah, we did an entire presentation there on shields for anyone who missed out on that. And we'll be covering more shields later on today. But if you have any specific questions before we finish up there, definitely chuck it in down below. But at the same time, remember, we're going off to do our own bits and bobs there, because we're dragging poor Connor there for the last 5 hours.
5 hours, yeah.
5 hours. That's a marathon. Jesus.
It really is.
So if you have any specific questions, definitely chuck it down below before we took Connor off the bed there. And what else do we have in there? Ireland and Scotland, unwanted by Romans. They just couldn't beat us. That's the problem. I don't know much about, but I know military now in the 11th century were... Okay, that's interesting. Hello from Canada. Good evening, everybody who's waking up and popping in there. We're just finishing up and you guys are popping in there. Peter was People's Crusades. Yes, he was. He was Peasants' Crusade, wasn't it? More than People's Crusade. Was it called People's Crusade as well?
There was more than one version. Some people call it the Peasants' Crusade. Some people call it the People's Crusade. Some people just call it the Hermit Crusade. Some people call it, or some people call it the Peter's Crusade. It depends on who you ask.
Yeah. Definitely. Okay, so I will start finishing up with there, lads. Thanks very much for everybody who somehow managed to stick in for 5 straight hours of our nice little presentation talking about the weapons and armor and clothing, particularly for men. during the Battle of Clontarf. It really does, all the support really does mean a ton to us. And I want to thank Connor and Rachel for jumping on here and dealing with all the mad stuff I was doing during this presentation and stuff today. And especially you, Connor. Anytime you want, you're definitely more than welcome to jump back on for another presentation. Once we're finished up here, we'll have another chat to see what other presentations you want to do in the future and stuff. But other than that, guys, thank you so much. This weekend, I think it's tomorrow, I will be doing just starting my group of classes to do with the Norman invasion of Ireland. So if you're interested in doing classes just like this one, this sort of kind of format, just over on Patreon, definitely head over to onto my main channel now. Irish Medieval History on YouTube, and in there you'll have a link over to my Patreon that brings you over to Irish Medieval History on Patreon, where I will be starting tomorrow on my Patreon, starting classes to do with the Norman invasion of Ireland, going from 1169 to 1175. Also, if you haven't already gone over to Connor's channel, Celtic Templar, definitely head on over there on YouTube and check out Connor's channel. Also, if you haven't already, go over to Creative Contessa's channel. If you're finding difficulty finding these things, lads, definitely head over to my channel. Go down to the very bottom where you'll find Celtic Templar and Rachel's links there, provided on the bottom of my channel, to Creative Contessa's channel. Creative Contessa, you also have a Patreon up and going as well, don't you?
I do, yeah. I've got a Patreon and a channel membership with tons of extra content, like full tutorials, uncut footage. You get to see some things that no one else will ever get to see. But yeah, and tomorrow morning Asia time, tomorrow evening for the rest of you, and middle of the night for Europe, is medieval story time for those who want to join in for, basically I read a series of original medieval texts, and then we talk about them.
Nice.
So yeah, good fun for the whole family. Nothing that will get me banned from YouTube, though.
Hopefully not. But other than that, guys, thanks very much, and slán go bhaile.
Stay creative, everyone. Bye.
Time to go fight the Clontarf.